Observatory of the Unique. After the signing of the peace agreement and during the Juan Manuel Santos administration and the FARC-EP, we see an increase in violations against the indigenous communities in relation to confinement and forced displacement, both responding to 51.7% and 30.7% of the registered incidents. In addition to that, we have the omission of the Colombian state in relation to guarantees and attention to vital rights that allow us to advance with mechanisms that counter xenophobia and racism, to improve the life conditions of the indigenous communities on the border regions. Another of the variables is intimidation from the legal and illegal armed groups, as well as the corresponding threats. We see 14% of these incidents. These are constant repetitions in the different regions, such as Chocó, Antioquia, Nariño, Cauca, Valle de Cauca, and Risaralda. The mechanism of the genocidal process against the indigenous peoples or communities, the victimizing acts correspond to mass armed conflict and confinement. These are the greatest risks for the cultural and material survival of the indigenous communities of Colombia. It's a variable that translates into a collective impact, and we have seen this to be impacted on a higher impact on the Chami, Embera, Catillo, Bari, and Naguan communities. These victimizing incidents that were registered since November 2016 up through August of 2020 are part of the incidents compiled by the Human Rights Observatory. We see over 7,000 incidents. The majority of these are tied to unidentified armed groups. They are unidentified by the communities in the regions. Gustavo, Councillor Gustavo, I'm sorry. We need to stop for just a moment due to the presentation of the case as we resolve an issue of the interpretation for the judge. Can you please just give us 3 minutes to be able to resolve the issue of the interpretation, please? Okay. Excuse us to interrupt your presentation, but we don't want to continue until the interpretation is working adequately. Can the people who are listening to English interpretation hear me all right? If anyone is listening to me in English interpretation, if you can just maybe send a message in the text confirming that you can hear the English interpretation.
Hola. Listo.
Hello? Okay, Consejero Gustavo, please go on with your presentation of your case of the National Indigenous Organization of Colombia. Thank you. So we have identified the following incidents and the following armed actors. First, we have the Gaitan Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, the AGC, incidents that have been carried out under the responsibility of 13% of the incidents. The Colombian state, without doubt, through its armed forces, is in second place with 13% of the violent acts carried out in the indigenous territories. Equally, the EPL and ELN with 6%, military forces with 2%, and the ELN with 4%. These incidents are translated in the following way. These include forced displacement, confinement, inciting of anti-personnel landmines, threats against men and women social leaders, the restrictions of movement within the indigenous reservations, these are elements that have meant that there has been intensification of the armed conflict in recent times for the indigenous communities. The threats and intimidation for perpetrators correspond to 2020 incidents where we see that the indigenous communities have suffered, and we denounce that they have facing an imminent risk today. The resistance to the genocidal actions, without doubt, has been essential for the indigenous communities. We have looked for alternatives to resist to the armed conflict, which has taken place throughout the national territory. One of the most important mechanisms that we have found is the Indigenous Guard. The Indigenous Guard, which harmonizes the territory, who ensures the well-being of the communities, and who today is watching to ensure that there's a balance between nature and the communities continues. Another one of the strategies, without a doubt, is the traditional medicine, is medicines that each of the communities uses, which after 500 years, we continue to have this knowledge that has been passed down, allowing the Colombian peoples to survive and continue. Another one of the strategies is a spiritual practice, which has been one of the central columns or pillars, one of our most important strategies. This has also been a strategy to strengthen the indigenous government as our own government. And the last strategy we have used, the different judicial actions, the main judicial actions that allow the Colombian state to act to reestablish rights are called urgent actions, which are filed due to different impacts on indigenous peoples' rights amid the armed conflict in general. These are presented and have a very low response, regardless of an immediate response to humanitarian needs. This has become that there are not mechanisms or guarantees for the complaints that are filed specifically in relation to the immediate response to the cases that we have filed. I will conclude the report from the National Indigenous Organization of Colombia. Thank you all. Thank you, prosecutors. Thank you, everyone. To the judges, thank you. Thank you.
We now call Luis Arbey from the Regional Indigenous Council of Caldas, CRIDEC. Thank you. Good morning, judges, prosecutors, the Secretary of the People's Tribunal. Warm greetings to indigenous peoples in Colombia and Latin America who are watching us today. The Embera peoples in the Caldas department is located in the western part of the department with a population of approximately 68,000 indigenous people from the Embera Chami peoples. They have an organizational structure that represents it, which is a regional indigenous council of Caldas. And today, there are 3 councilors of this organization. My name is Arbey Gañan. I'm a counselor of the human rights area of the CRIDEC. And I have been assigned to present the case of the violation of human rights in Caldas for the tribunal. There are 3 reasons why we have been displaced and massacred by the state and armed groups, turning this into a genocide against the indigenous communities in the department. The first reason is that it's a territory that is rich in mining and energy resources, and therefore multinationals and the elites in this country have invested in these territories, displaced the indigenous communities, threatened them, and weakened their organizational processes to be able to get in easier into these territories. Another reason is that it is a geostrategic territory, in this case for the mobility of the armed groups, both right-wing and left-wing. We are bordering 3 departments and where indigenous reservations are located, and this causes that this has been used by the armed groups to create a strategic corridor and recruit young men and women for the guerrilla forces and also for the auto-defense, as for the paramilitary groups. And this has turned into a security issue for our area. And the other thing is that since the 1991 Constituent Assembly, we have decided to participate in the elections under our constitutional right. And we have managed to get senators, congresspersons elected, people to the assembly, and mayors. And that the traditional political parties in the region have not liked it. And this has cost us the lives of 10 of our most important leaders, among them indigenous governors, traditional physicians, midwives, and very important representatives for our indigenous communities. Of the 1,000 pages that we have of denouncements during these 40 years, we have around 650 killings or assassinations by guerrilla groups such as the FARC, ELN, and EPL, but also by the self-defense groups, the paramilitary groups, the police and the army of this country. We blame the state for their actions and failure to act with respect to the indigenous communities in this department. We believe that there continues to be a systematic nature of rights violations in Caldas. The fact that we participated in a peace process Unfortunately, the political elites that are in control in the region, they continue to point fingers, to stigmatize, and creating xenophobia towards indigenous communities. The fact that we are standing up for our rights with respect to the mines, that we are requesting the prosecutor's office, the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, they have considered it to be a direct attack against them. This is something that they have not liked, and they have sought to weaken the organizational process of the indigenous communities. Caldas, since 2002, was provided injunction by the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, and this injunction or precautionary measures continue because there continue to be threats against indigenous peoples. And one of the threats that we have today is the territorial issues. Multinational companies have come in to occupy the territory, to plant monocrops of avocado, contaminating the waters of our communities and seizing the territories of our communities and endangering the passage of our communities through territories that were ours. And unfortunately, the state is not improving the territory and is not giving guarantees to the communities. We want to tell the country and the world that the indigenous peoples in Colombia continue to be at risk of extermination. The Constitutional Court in 2004 issued a state of things that's unconstitutional in this state, and there were some writs, among them writ 04 from 2009, that wanted to approach, to address how this damage would be redressed. However, there are 64 peoples in the Colombian territory that are on their way to physical and cultural extermination. So none of these things have been able to be implemented so that we can safeguard and guarantee that the indigenous peoples can continue to exist. And among these peoples that are on the road to extermination is the Embera Chami peoples in the Caldas department, and we are publicly denouncing. And we call to the unity. We call for the unity of indigenous peoples, but also farmers, Afro people to continue to stand up for our rights in this Colombian territory. Thank you very much. We now call to the stage for presenting their case, Babido Bobachiro and Maria Alejandra Garzón from the Bari people and DH Colombia.
Darle las gracias por la
I want to
invitación.
thank you, thank the judges, the prosecutors for their attendance. My name is Fabio Valenzuela from the Bari people. In the report that I'm about to present, the Bari is located in northern Santander department, in the Catatumbo area, and we are in the Motilón Bari Indigenous Reservation. We are settled in 5 municipalities, which are Quirú, El Carmen, Teorama, Parra, and Convención. We are a brave, warring people. In the we were 500 years ago. Then our process led us to have complications. There was bloodshed because back then, as the Bari peoples were warriors, we really had contact with the civilization, and Bari warriors didn't speak Spanish. And Bari peoples were used to defending their territory with bow and arrow, as it's always been and continues to be. After this process, Law 80 of 1931, coal patrol started with exploitation, and there were some agreements in the territory of Catatumbo, and there was full eradication there against the peoples and the families, and spiritually, ancestrally, of all the system that Bari was based on. And we are currently at a stage of full extermination. We want to denounce this before the state, before to denounce the state with this situation against our great warriors. And we are grieving for our brothers around the world and sisters, and all human beings should be respected their rights, as it's stated in the Constitution. We also thank you for your participation, and it's our opportunity to ask for guarantees to the judges that are here today, that are listening, to consider us. If things had not happened as they did, we would not be speaking here as the Bari people, and the consequences have been for the territory, because we need to defend ourselves. We live off the teachings of our ancestors, and we maintain our culture, our ancestral language to contribute with life to the colonial society in preserving the territory. That is the only thing that we do to remain here in Colombia. And with a little, with the small part of the territory that we have left, we have not seen a recognition of the parts that we have lost. But we continue to resist and to fight against any damage that they may want to inflict upon us. Thank you, judges. And with respect to the law that Justo was explaining about, a law from 1931 is a law enacted by the Congress in Colombia, and that legalizes extermination and genocide against these indigenous peoples. It is specifically establishes a concession with two oil companies for oil exploitation of several areas of the Catatumbo area, where the Bari peoples had ancestrally inhabited. The clause 21 of this law, the Congress of the Republic in 1931, specifically stated the contracting companies will provide services to repel the hostilities of the tribes of motilones, or savages, that inhabit the regions that are part of the subject matter of this contract, which will be aided by the armed forces or the public forces. Dear judges, I'm afraid that the Colombian state, through a law that was enacted, was legalizing extermination, and it was promoting the extermination, the assassination of the Bari peoples who had been opposing oil exploitation in the Catatumbo area. And for several years, the Bari peoples have been defending, as he was well saying, through the use of bow and arrow, However, violence was disproportionate, whereas the Bari people were defending themselves with bow and arrow. The oil companies and the Colombian state, through this law, authorized the use of firearms from the law enforcement forces, for which reasons the following acts perpetrated were identified as giving rise to genocide. Serious injuries to the physical and mental health of the people. Second, the subjection of the people to conditions of living that led to their destruction. Third, forced displacement. And fourth, the measures seeking to exterminate the indigenous peoples. These acts were materialized through different practices and strategies of genocide that were identified through the investigation. The following: the use of electric wiring by the oil companies that led to the deaths of several indigenous people. From the testimonies that we've heard from the warriors, from the elders, Elder Antonio Sindosara Saracocaches, the chief of the community, tells us the following: the multinationals installed some electrical fences around the area to protect the area, and the Baris, we didn't know that it was energized, that would affect us physically. We organized ourselves as an army to attack this place and defend our territory. However, we unfortunately, many of our warriors fell there. Another genocidal practice that was identified in this investigation was the use of firearms against the Bari peoples. The testimony of Angela Estacallara Coquerbara, a sage of the Briricaira community, has revealed, open quote, "I remember I saw many Bari dying. I was on the lookout for danger. And then we all fled to the mountains, to the forest, one by one. And in the afternoons, we regrouped so that we could leave through other paths, through other sectors. And path after path, we saw how our colleagues were on the roadside killed. Another genocidal practice that has impacted the Bari people were the burnings of the bohíos, of their huts. This was a way of a very, very violent way of exterminating the Bari people, because they were burned inside the bohíos. The testimony of Lorenzo Averuma tells us the following: the bohío was burned and the chinchorro was burned. Everything was lost: the bow, the arrow, the spikes, the skirt, the huayucos, the baskets, the carpets. It all was burned. It was turned to dust. And with respect to the other two practices and strategies used by the state and the oil company, was sexual violence and bombings. Once the public, the law enforcement forces got in the areas together with the oil people, women were mutilated, the breasts were cut off, and they were mutilated with the arrows that the Bari people were using to defend their territory. And finally, among the genocidal practices were the bombings that the National Historic Memory Center, in an investigation that it was doing in Catatumbo region, and testimonies of peasants, they say the American planes came in, and as you could not come in by land because the tools were, they threw the tools from airplanes, pickaxes and shovels. They wanted the plane to get down fast because there was a danger of the Bari people taking the plane down. And the planes responded with bombs and killed many people. And so 6,000 workers built an airstrip, torturing and destroying. It's approximately 800 meters long for small aircrafts of the times. And precisely the first airport in Catatumbo area was 40 aircraft of these oil companies, and from there they bombarded the Bari territory. And facing this situation, dear judges, we present the report, The Bari Peoples Between State Extermination, Extractivism, and the Armed Conflict, and several pieces of evidence that allow us to determine that, in fact, the Colombian state did legalize genocide against these indigenous peoples, among them 32 testimonies of chiefs, sages, and indigenous peoples that have survived this genocide. The file developed by the Barco concession deposited in the main file of the Ministry of Mines, where there are also letters from the manager of the company requesting the Colombian state to comply with the extermination clause. Official documents related with the Bari people and the National Mining Agency, National Hydrocarbons Agency, and the reports from the Ombudsman's Office and the Association of Traditional Authorities of the Bari people. I close by stating that the extermination is current because there continue to be major mining and energy projects and agro-industrial projects in the area of Catatumbo, and the Bari peoples continue to fight for their existence, as he was telling us in his presentation. Thank you very much. We are waiting for the attendance of the delegation of the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca. They are currently traveling here. And so we will continue with the Black communities process of Colombia that will present the report Configuration of Genocide of the Black Afro-descendant peoples. And once the Creek delegation comes in, they will give us their presentation. So we now continue and call Esther Gemisi and Harrison Cuero from the Black communities process to present their case. Good morning, and thank you for this space, this opportunity to present before this tribunal. We are presenting the case of the genocide of the Black Afro-descendant peoples in Colombia. One of the main lawsuits filed with the United Nations within the framework of the Genocide Convention was taken by the Black Afro-descendant peoples through the document We Accuse of Genocide, prepared by the Congress of Civil Rights of the Afro-descendant movement in the United States. Just like our brothers and sisters, we can move on to next slide. Just like our brothers and sisters of the diaspora and the African continent, the Black communities in Colombia have been victims of war crimes, of crimes against humanity, genocide, ethnocide, and ethnic cleansing, systematically and continually after the European colonial expansion and the establishment of slavery until the present day. We suffer a genocide in the context of War of Independence, when the liberator Simón Bolívar used slaves to put in front of the cannons in the front lines to, open quotes, reduce their dangerous numbers through legitimate means, and then breaks his promise to Pétion, General Pétion from Haiti, to free the slaves. Once independence was achieved, we continue to suffer genocide, ethnocide, and ethnic cleansing. Through the process of construction of the nation, of a racist republic, within the context of the laws and policies of whitening oriented at improving the development of the race, civilization, and progress. The invisibilization and exclusion within the context of the discourses of mestizaje and the myth of racial democracy. When our communities started being evicted and displaced from their collective lands and their ancestral territories within the context of the economic and industrial expansion of the 20th century. And we continue to be victims of genocide, ethnocide, and ethnic cleansing within the framework of this period of multiculturalism and anti-racism, so-called, that despite the policies of recognition have resulted in the consolidation of a neoliberal economic model in Afro-descendant territories and the worsening of the armed conflict. Throughout these periods that we have pointed out, there have been systematic killings and continued killings of our leaders, men and women leaders who oppose this modern economic project and fight for the rights and the freedom of the Blacks, Afro-descendant peoples. Started with Ben Kosioho in 2016 and Domingo Angola, in 1694. That is why our own vision of genocide is a colonial history, a colonial account that says that the violence that we have suffered is just one more moment in a continuous chain of crimes against humanity within the context of the project, economic extractivist project that has its origin in the colony, that is based in white supremacy ideas, racism, patriarchy, and accumulation, and the exploitation and oppression of races and ethnic exploitation. For us, this must have a racial-based reading that allows us to understand the dehumanization of the Black person as a strategy for the economic exploitation of their lives that justifies their physical or mental affectation when they are viewed as a threat. Violence against the Black and Afro-descendant peoples has been directly proportional to the resistance of this so-called internal enemy. As recognized by the United Nations, I believe that we can move on to the next slide, please. As recognized by the UN in the text analysis framework for atrocious crimes, societies with histories of violence and atrocious crimes are most prone to the commission of new atrocious crimes. And this risk factor is also important when we have not adequately faced the legacy of other atrocious crimes through individual criminal liability, reparation, redress, processes of truth, reparation, and reformation of justice system. In that sense, the lack of historical reparation for the colonial crimes against the Black peoples have set up the conditions for genocide to be ongoing.
What was previously shared with you refers to the current armed conflict where the different armed groups continue acting in response to the characteristics of the Black entity it created during the colonial period, specifically when these communities act in resistance to these identities and structures. They seek to physically and culturally destroy the people and control our territories. And it seeks to damage the collective construction, our identity and autonomy as a peoples. And so we can see the relationship and interdependence of these relationships. It allows us to understand the magnitude of the damage suffered by the Black people today and the structural causes behind them. The responsibility of the state is shown in the systematic actions and the obligations to promote and respect the Afro-Colombian peoples in Colombia, both through actions as well as through omission. In the current armed conflict, we have seen ongoing violation of the Black peoples due to racism, racial discrimination carried out by the Colombian state as a whole. The massacres, assassinations, selective killings, forced displacements, extrajudicial killings are repeated throughout the history of the Black people in Colombia. On innumerable cases, we have, such as Cacarica, in the context of Operation Genesis, we want to highlight the following narrative. These Black people don't know what to do with the land they have. These are lazy Black people. They could do so much, and they only plant food to eat. This is the narrative that came from this massacre, and it shows the racism against this community and identification of how people see the Black cosmovision as an obstacle to another project, another economic project that was sought to be implemented in that region. The banana massacre, until the current massacres, we see racist patterns in the conflict and of the conflicts that the Black communities have suffered. In the current context, in the post-agreement era with the FARC, what we have seen is how this pattern is being repeated. It's that there's an intensification of the conflict in our territory, which has a clear racist context. Racism as used as a smokescreen to cover up extractive and economic interests. The impact, the differential impact of the conflict on racial communities, we can see this on women, on youth, and our own authorities. In the case of Ana Fabrice Cordova, a very well-known case nationally, as well as, I'm sorry, the next slide, please. Oh, I guess that slide is missing. Sorry. Oh, that one there. Okay. So the case of Ana Fabricia and Maria de Pilar Hurtado describes the impact of the conflict on Black women. This is a differential impact, and it's important to highlight here that the relationship that exists between women and territory, when the territory is the object of the dispute, the woman who is protecting life and has this close tie to the land suffers most. The Black people have an innumerable number of cases that show the disproportionate impact of the historic conflict against Black women. In relation to youth, can you go to the prior slide, please? We see that there's an identified pattern on how they have been used since Bolivar and to date now as a tool, an instrument by different elements of power, that they use the structural racism of the state to include them in the ranks of all the armed groups, legal or illegal. And what we're facing today is vast recruitment of children and youth from the Black community, which shows the persistence of this pattern where Black and women and men are seen as an object to be utilized. We suppose that they're supposed to protect us, but how do they protect us? They yell and say, demobilize. What? Because we're Black, they think we're guerrilla members? No, we're victims of the war. They see us as Black guerrilla members, and that's why they take pictures of us, they search us, and they arrest us. This is how the Black people understand their experience. This is the evidence that we are instrumentalized in a conflict historically. And so our comprehensive vision of genocide against ethnic communities, we use a comprehensive vision of the crimes against humanity that focus on the interrelationship between ethnic cleaning, genocide, and ethnocide. We see the victimizing acts that we have suffered as the Black people in the context of the armed conflict historically are not isolated incidents they're not due to the war. They're part of the systematic strategy, the systematic military strategy to control our bodies, our lands, and our resources. The impunity means that this pattern has been repeated century after century. Today, we don't have official information that shows the true impact that the armed conflict is generating on the Black community. For the case of Buenaventura, as an iconic, emblematic case, the chop houses, they're well known as an example of how the conflict has deteriorated. However, the state doesn't realize how many Black people have been destroyed, how many their bodies have been destroyed, tortured, and the prosecutor's office's ability to prosecute the responsible parties is still precarious. And this is an example of what's happening in all of the territory. There's not a capacity or will to respond. There's not trust in the judicial police or the prosecutor's office to file a complaint, which means that there is an under-registration of the violent acts. Given that my time is running out, I just want to say that due to the prior, we request that this tribunal convict the Colombian state of the crimes of genocide, ethnocide, and ethnic cleansing in historic manner. And due to the act of non-repetition, we request that there must be redress. Unless there is redress and action to non-repetition, this will continue for centuries more. When we're talking about reparation and guarantees of non-repetition in the crimes against humanity carried out against our community, we need to close the gaps between our population and other sectors of the society. As Laura Pulido said, to revert this long process of inequality and the vulneration of our peoples, given the repeated racist, social, political, and economic violence, and based on the Constitutional Court ruling, there's a need to address the cross-cutting issues. As the Constitutional Court mentioned, there's a need to address the structural issues of the armed conflict, and so hence we call that the Colombian state adopt reparation measures and guarantees of non-repetition, including the fulfillment of its obligations from the ILO Convention to strengthen our own governance structures, as well as a prior informed consultation, as well as the implementation of Law 70 and others that support that legislative act, and specifically in the context of the peace agreement and the ethnic chapter, and the agreements that have been reached with the Black communities in different regions, as well as the 305 agreements with the Association of the Civic Strike in Buenaventura, Quibdó, and in Northern Cauca, that there are collective protection measures from threatened men and women social leaders, and that there's a fulfillment of the commitments in relation to collective reparation, to advance in the national public debate on historic reparation, to respond immediately to the humanitarian emergency that the Black youth are facing throughout the country, that there's a way to address the institutional racism, and they seek to eliminate the structures that promote racism, And so we call for the working group of experts of Black communities and the special rapporteur on modern racism in relation to the context of their mandate, that they visit the country to understand in detail the situation faced by the Afro-descendant communities. And I will close by saying that we are living a humanitarian crisis, a long-term crisis that puts at risk the existence of the Black people. We don't want to continue living in this situation. Thank you.
En este bloque también van los
So in this block, we also have our colleagues from the Indigenous Regional Council of Cauca, CRIC, who are currently coming into the city. So we will move forward with a block of questions and comments from the judges. And Joe will first have an introduction to that space, and then when our colleagues from the CRIC arrive, we'll open a space for them to present their case. So I don't think I have any introductions. I think the evidence that was presented is very strong and clear. We'd like to thank you specifically for the Indigenous communities and Afro-descendant communities, the Black communities. It's important to highlight that as a tribunal, as always, the time that is created in these public hearings is very restricted. But the tribunal has many other documents that have been presented in a written format in relation to territorial control and what has to do with the historic repression, or essentially negation of the issues faced by the indigenous and Afro-descendant communities in Colombia. So this is a central issue this is something that's very well documented and essential to what we will be looking at as judges. So again, due to the restricted time, it's important to know if there are specific questions or details that should be clarified by the judges. We currently have the opportunity to have both real and symbolic presence of the judges. Mireille Fanon is the physical representative of the judge, so I'm not sure. Are there any questions or comments?
Para los miembros de los jurados, si pueden.
For the members of the jury.
I will speak in English, maybe. I think I don't have any particular question, but comment. I think the issue of black people or indigenous people, because it is almost the same issue with a different topic at a certain moment, but regarding the territory, it is almost the same issue. I would like highlight the necessity to really to take this question very seriously, because it's across all the Colombian society, and we can't have, as a judge, we can't have sentence without taking in account this very important issue of racialization, and where is coming from this racialization. And I have another concern, and I want just draw the attention, and it was not mentioned. Maybe there is a lot of law fighting against racism in Colombia, and in favor of indigenous people and Black people, but the issue is they are not applicable. And I think we have to think about the applicability of law and the respect of law, and how, for example, when the Colombian went to the periodic exam, at the universal periodic exam at the United Nations, and when they are faced the Anti-Discrimination Commission, or discrimination, elimination of racialization, etc. They receive a lot of recommendation, and they always say, okay, we will do something, we will change something, but nothing is done. And I'm wondering if this not acceptation to respect their obligation to not put at risk part of their population as indigenous and Afro-descendant population. I'm wondering if we have not to have a specific look on that, because it is something with a violation of the obligation of states belonging to the international community, and in certain ways they are not respecting the principle and the value of the church, of the UN Charter and the international law. And I want to draw the attention to see these specific issues through these lines.
Muchísimas gracias. No sé si hay la conexión.
Thank you.
No sé si hay la conexión con el jurado. Aquí estamos.
I'm not sure if we have a connection with the jury. Do you have other observations from members of the jury? We can't see you currently. You can't see who you are, but if anyone would like to speak, I think Ren would like to speak.
Lotti, ¿quieres hablar? Por primero veo a Lotti Cunningham.
I see Lotti and I see Graciela, who both raised their hands. I'm not sure if there are others who also would like to speak. Please, we can't necessarily see who's raising their hand, so Simona, por favor. So it would be, we're going to start with Loki. Thank you. I would like to express that. I'd like to express my admiration to your resistance and courage, and thank you for sharing your testimony. And I express all of my solidarity with the indigenous and Afro-descendant communities, specifically your victims and family members. We know that this is a long struggle, but I want to insist that please continue using the different international mechanisms to achieve this dream of justice, of social justice. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Simona, are there others who would like to speak? I believe there are. Graciela Daleo from Argentina. Yes, good morning. Thank you, and warm greetings to everyone, all the people who are sharing their testimonies in this hearing. I have a very specific question that has to do with the presentation in relation to the genocide that was suffered and continues to be suffered by the body. You referred to the law from 1931, and my question is that is a current law. Is that law still active today?
Sí, dentro pues de las preguntas que justo le hicieron.
This is the question that they made to my colleague Babia. Law 80 of 1931 lasted for 50 years. And so during that time, the genocidal actions carried out against the indigenous Bari people continued. However, as I mentioned at the end of my presentation, is that the fact that the law has been terminated, but the fact that it lasted for 50 years doesn't mean that these genocidal actions have ended, even though the law was ended. So in Catatumbo, we see that there are still mining and energy projects, agro-industrial projects that go against the Bari indigenous people's life plan and continue to systematically attack precisely the well-being, the culture, and existence of the Bari people. I think there was one more question or a comment from the jury. I would like to share a comment with you all, if I may. Esperanza Martinez from Ecuador. I think my internet is a little weak right now, but this is more of a comment than a question. I would say that after having seen these cases of the Black and Indigenous communities and the implications of this physical destruction, it's also cultural and territorial, that impacts the people and their relationships, and it's precisely in these territories that have the highest levels of biodiversity, where the water sources are born, and where the reserves of water and air. This means we're talking about essentially a genocide also against with a colonial background, but there's also ecocide that is closely tied to this issue and has implications. It's easy to explain it, to understand it in the context of the situation lived by Afro-Colombian and indigenous communities. I think it's important that if we can to make that tie between genocide and ecocide that is taking place with these very specific and graphic examples that have been presented by our colleagues today. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure if there are any other questions, or should we maybe close with that comment? Does anyone want to add anything? The individuals who have made the presentations, maybe from the Afro-Colombian community.
Sí, es que la observación.
Yes, and that observation allows us to highlight the relationship that exists between violence, in territorial violence, and mega projects that are related to the industrial projects and extractive projects. So the mapping that we have done throughout the territories with the largest presence of armed groups, the highest levels of violence, precisely coincides with where our communities reside and the presence of natural resources such as water, forests, and minerals. That's where all of these elements are present. And so the simultaneous presence of natural resources, indigenous and Black communities, and economic interests that are tied to the extractive industry. So we can see this in Buenaventura, we can see this in Tumaco, in Northern Cauca, and in the Caribbean region. We can see how these three elements are overlapped and explains the reason behind the conflict. So they say it's hate just because it's hate. No, racism is not just hate. It's an ideology that is used as an instrument to achieve economic aims. So we see that if we were to live as we lived in the first 100 years of the Republic, in areas where had limited economic interest, if we were living through structural exclusion, but our territories and indigenous and Afro-Colombian peoples have major economic interests, and that's why the extractive industries have identified these areas as a business. And it's there that racism is used to justify or to involve the civilian population, which means it's essentially elimination. So the construction of this other as indigenous or Black as someone who's inferior, racialized, who's against development, who doesn't understand modernity, who is someone who is a violent actor, who's good at violence. This is a way to justify, or that allows society to understand the violence against these individuals, communities, and territories. Because, Black people are violent. They're guerrilla members. They're in Cauca, they stop people, say, if they say, oh, the Black people, they're paramilitaries, the indigenous are guerrillas. These are historic categories that allows the society to validate violence against our peoples and our bodies. Because, they were involved in something. They are validated the extermination of this denied identity. But there are clearly economic interests behind that and strongly connected to major economic projects. Thank you. And I also like to thank you for this last comment on ecocide, precisely because we use this analysis in the work that we're carrying out from academic spaces. And we mentioned that to the judges that, in the documents, we can share some studies that there is this comprehensive understanding between ecocide and ethnocide and genocide, understanding and highlighting that the victimizing actions, the human rights violations, and crimes against humanity in the context of the armed conflict are not isolated incidents. They're not accidental consequences of the armed conflict. They are part of a interrelated strategy, a systematic strategy, and this allows us to show the aim of the state and allows us to reconstruct on a historic level. And as I said, to show the aim of the state if we bring together all these different crimes against humanity. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if there are other questions from the jury. I think, Antoni, did you have a question? I think Antoni had raised his hand. No, it was very similar to a question that was already asked, so go ahead. And so we will continue forward, as I understand. We have the people who we were waiting for have arrived, and so we will invite them to conclude this part of the testimonies on the indigenous peoples.
Llamamos ahora a
We now call forward Edwin Humberto Huetio and Joan Nielsen Sauca of the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca to present their case.
Muy buenos días. Saludar a
Good morning and greetings to the honorable judges of the People's Permanent Tribunal, Mr. Secretary and colleagues, brothers from the indigenous communities and social processes. Very quickly, we had the need to come here today to present the case of the Department of Cauca and the southwest of Colombia. So we have a very concerning situation. Just yesterday, we sadly had a situation in Cauca where in 8 municipalities there was combat situation. There was an assassination attempt where 40 people, including this happened in Corinto, and different situations that have been generated and different acts of violence in Cauca. We're very concerned when we look at how the violent dynamics since the signing of the peace agreement have meant that there is a systematic genocide against the indigenous communities. We have found that if they are, that they are murdering the indigenous guards, the spiritual leaders, they are burning our sacred sites, and we see that there are also attacks against our leadership, our indigenous leadership. There's ongoing persecution, accusations from the government institutions. There are accusations and stigmatization, and also we see that there's connivance between the state security forces and drug traffickers in the Department of Cauca. We see how all of these different spaces of violence are connected and how today the civilian population's life continues to be at risk. And in the southwest of Colombia, since the signing of the peace agreement today, there are more than 48,000 acts of violence and different kinds of violence. These are violence against women, sexual violence, murder of our spiritual leaders, our indigenous authorities, social communicators and the indigenous communities. And we've also lost under the repression from the state forces. In this case, the anti-riot police and the regular police forces. And so this has become an issue that's extremely delicate because indigenous movement in Cauca is part of the strength of the social movement that reflects Colombian society and is working through our national Minga, our collective efforts with other colleagues from civil society organizations, indigenous organizations, and others. And so that's why this systematic genocide, this physical genocide, has also become a way of torturing the indigenous communities. We have cases as Cristina Bautista and Edwin Dawa. These are cases that have had a huge impact on the indigenous communities, leading them even to internal divisions due to this situation that continues to take place today in Cauca.
Como consejero de mi pueblo,
As one of the counselors of my people, but also a member of the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca, I was in the coordination of human rights for 4 years. We have seen the systematic genocide. It goes hand in hand with the interests of multinational companies, the agribusiness, which are cases where we continue to be impacted, and we see that they deharmonize our territory and our people in the context of a lack of action from the Colombian government and Colombian state. The growth, intensification of the violence is due to a lack of political will and a lack of the implementation of the peace agreement. This is the structural impact of all the violence against the indigenous peoples, against the rural people. So thank you. And now I'm going to open up a space for Edwin to share the specific proposals that we have. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Warm greetings in the name of the indigenous people and the 170 authorities that make up the CREEC, the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca, in the name of the council who has delegated their responsibility upon us to present before the People's Permanent Tribunal our situation in the Department of Cauca. We want to share that beyond what the Major Counselor already mentioned is that the state itself, led by the government, has been historically carrying out actions not only against the indigenous people, but also against the Afro peasant communities, all of us who live in the rural areas to co-opt our social processes, to co-opt the social organizations, to exterminate them, and to even take us to the point of, as the Honorable Court mentioned, to a cultural and physical extermination of the indigenous peoples of Colombia. Today, the Colombian state, led by the national government, has the aim of eliminating at all costs, through reforms and regulations, the right to prior, informed, and free consultation for the indigenous and Black communities. It's a direct attack against our self-determination. In Cauca, they're even prohibited that we can use our organizational symbols, and saying that we are a military target, because if we have a bag, if we have a scarf, if we have a flag of the indigenous movement, the teachers in many regions can't talk about indigenous organizing, our culture, our territory. They can't talk about our own economic proposals. This is due to the complicity and the omission of the Colombian state, because we have filed all of the complaints in all of the possible spaces, and the reaction has been zero to guarantee the survival of our peoples. From the legal lens, with our own rights as indigenous peoples, we have tried to defend ourselves, but we've also found that our special indigenous jurisdiction, even though it is in the constitutional framework of the Constitution of Colombia, it has been stigmatized, it has been discriminated, and today, the Colombian state has the obligation to guarantee that it functions, but it does not guarantee that this special indigenous jurisdiction can operate in favor of the indigenous people. On the contrary, it does everything possible, and it makes great efforts to counter our work. So I would like to invite you to invite our honorable tribunal and judges. We'd like to thank you in the name of our organization and our peoples for this space and this interest for learning about and to convict a state that has been attacking our people. It's not easy for you, but it's not easy for us either, those of us who are in the territories. It's unfortunate that in situations such as these, for example, where we have traveled from a territory that it's isolated, not just geographically, but also from all of different policies and state obligations and actions, that it's not easy for us to come here and to come along the way and hear, what is happening in our lands as we travel here today. Maybe it's easy to be here, you think, but for each of us who are here standing before you all, we are concerned about what could be happening to our families, to our communities, to our leaders in the territory right now. We also want to invite that we can come together, we can unite our efforts. We want this international tribunal to help us to promote the indigenous jurisdiction so that we can also defend the ILO Convention 169 to expand the UN framework on indigenous rights. This would help us to be able to bring together, if we're working with the different judges and working with the indigenous judges and jurisdiction. It's so important to convict the government and the state for having violated the rights that we have as citizens, and as peoples, we have the rights to life and peace, to our territory and democracy. These 4 points are being, today, they're being exterminated by government policies that expand, as we mentioned before, and as our Black brothers and sisters mentioned, they're following the interests of businesses in the territories. This is an extractive policy that goes against the life of the campesino, peasant, Black and Indigenous peoples, and our way of life. Thank you all. Thank you to the judges, to the prosecutor who has this very important role, and thank you for allowing us to be in this space and sharing our reality with you all.
Continuamos entonces con el siguiente
So we
bloque.
will continue with the next block,
Líderes sociales.
social leaders.
La fiscalía llama
The prosecutor calls
al a Astrid Torres, quien presentará el informe.
The prosecutor calls Astrid Torres, who will present the report. We are the seeds of hope and freedom, attacks against human rights defenders, social leaders in Antioquia. The civic movement of northeastern Antioquia, the National Trade Union School. We will begin then with the presentation of the attacks against human rights defenders, social leaders in Antioquia between 1970 and 2020, which will be presented by Astrid Torres. Thank you. Good morning, judges of the People's Permanent Tribunal. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Prosecutor. Warm greetings to all of you who are with us today. The case of We Are Seeds of Hope and Freedom, attacks against human rights defenders and social leaders in Antioquia between 1970 and 2020 is a contribution from the corporation Jurídica Libertad and the Antioquia chapter of the Coordination Colombia, Europe, United States, to make visible the ongoing genocide that has been suffered by those who defend human rights and carry out social leadership. In addition, we want to leave a historic recognition of the crimes against peace carried out since the signing of the peace agreement, specifically by paramilitary structures, which have co-opted all of the 125 municipalities of our region. Antioquia has been one of the territories that's been hardest hit by the socio-political violence. According to the registry of victims, there are 1,505,228 victims in the department. And based on our database, the Never Again Colombia Project and the Observatory, between 1970 and 2020, we've been able to document over 1,511 cases of attacks in relation to 2,180 victims who were from 4 kinds of organizational initiatives. So the first, these are initiatives that have defended land, the territory, and common goods, in addition to demanding peace. The initiatives that have been dedicated to filing complaints on the horrific actions carried by the state, the paramilitary groups, businesses, landowners, and politicians in the region. The third are initiatives organizational initiatives that have demanded social rights and the freedom of association. And the fourth are social initiatives that have disputed in the political area. They have disputed in electoral politics, the regional elites. The genocidal practices which have sought to silence us and divide us, we see that there are 797 cases of individual threats. There are murders, extrajudicial killings, and forced disappearance with 311 cases. The collective attacks and individual attacks with 244 cases, and arbitrary arrests with 135 cases. The main responsible parties that have been identified are paramilitaries with 881 cases, the state with 644 cases, and the insurgency with 42 cases. Additionally, there are cases where business people and landowners have been responsible. All have been operating under the counterinsurgency and anti-communist ideology, where we have been stigmatized and have been persecuted due to our social actions and in the defense of human rights. In 575 cases, it was impossible to identify the responsible parties. The various actions carried out by through the genocidal practice has had the aim of destroying the social fabric. In the words of Ivan Porero, who's in exile, in the center of the strategy of the counterinsurgency struggle and of impunity is the aim of destroying the social fabric. That means it makes it impossible for the societal function of any community. Whenever there's been a possibility to modify relationships of power, there has been an opportunity to reconstruct power relationships, to increase democracy within political, economic, social, and cultural power. Has always been the same response from those who hold power. This is extermination, the full destruction or partial destruction of the aims to increase democracy. Following, I just want to mention 5 specific processes that have existed in Antioquia. The majority of them have been exterminated. They no longer exist, and that's why we're holding up their memory before the tribunal, the judges, the prosecutor, because the state has had the full responsibility in the destruction of the social fabric. We remind you all of the agricultural trade union of the Neuse region, which was created in 1973, thanks to the work and the promotion of priests and religious individuals who promoted the liberation theology. This union was eradicated by landowners and the owners together with the state. In the 80s, it was the paramilitaries from the MRN and the ACCU, the peasant self-defense forces of Córdoba and Urabá, who carried out the assassination of Bernardo López Arriola and Jaime Restrepo and Sister Teres de Jesus Ramirez. We also want to highlight the situation of the Permanent Committee of Human Rights, which was created in the 80s, at the beginning of the 80s, with a major struggle to defend human rights from an ethical and human perspective. From this committee, in less than 2 decades, 22 of its members were assassinated, including, we remember, Hector Abad Gomez, Luis Fernando Vélez, Leonardo Betancourt, Carlos Gomina, and Jesus Maria Valle. They were all murdered because they had filed complaints about the relationship between the state and the paramilitary structure, and also because they accompanied the victims of state crimes. We also want to mention the committee, the Human Rights Committee of the Northeast and Lower Cauca region. At the end of the 80s, was created a strong social process that was accompanying the communities in these regions. This process was exterminated by the state, specifically by persecution from the prosecutor's office and the 4th and the 14th Brigade of the National Army. The case of the committee, the Human Rights Committee, was documented in the report that was given to the IACHR in 1999. We also want to highlight the case of the human rights collective Seeds of Freedom, which was persecuted by paramilitary groups and state structures. We also want to highlight the interdisciplinary human rights group, which in 2012 was forced to close its doors due to the persecution and threats that it was receiving. The interdisciplinary group for human rights had different cases and to the national and international courts about key crimes carried out by the state in relationship with the paramilitaries. And it's important to place this information before you. Lastly, I'd like to request the prosecutor, that William Munoz, and would able to speak his narrative and how between 2017 and 2020, his organization has received more than 113 attacks, 2 disappearances, and many other acts of violence. Thank you so much.
La Fiscalía llama a José William Muñoz, defensor de derechos humanos. Muchas gracias.
The prosecutor calls Jose William Munoz. Warm greetings to the tribunals.
Warm greetings to the members of the tribunal and the prosecutor. My name is Jose William Munoz. I'm a peasant leader and human rights defender of the Peasant Association of Bajo Cauca. Our social organization has worked specifically in the municipalities of Valdivia and Tarazá. And we have fought for the defense of the land, our remaining in our territory, defense of human rights, the peace agreements, particularly the point number 4 and point number 1. Our region is among the richest in the Antioquia department. They extract 60% of the gold from the department there. It is also one of the poorest regions in the department, in ranking 2nd in terms of poverty. The warring economies are thriving. Many decades ago, and we have the presence of the illegal armed groups in this territory. Since the signing of the peace accords, as a social organization, we have promoted the defense and comprehensive and fulfillment of the peace accords, because our leaders and affiliates have been affiliated to the program for substitution of illegal crops. Between 2017 and 2020 in Bajo Cauca, Low Cauca region, there has been a deep humanitarian crisis of violations of human rights that has been systematic. There have been forced displacements, assassinations, beheadings, forced disappearances, forced recruitment of children. And to this, we can add the extortion of armed groups operating in the region for all people who are forced to pay these kind of extortions. In 2019 to 2020, there have been 16 massacres of the ones reported, of the 24 reported by the department in that same period. In Low Cauca, in these 4 years, we have had the largest number of homicides of social leaders in this department of Antioquia. In our case, 23 leaders have been murdered who were leading different processes in the community action councils and boards, among them the substitution program and point number 1 of the peace accords. The responsibles have been paramilitary groups who have expanded amidst a significant presence of the military and the police. But also, we must say that the FARC dissidents and ELN guerrillas are still present in the area there. Since 2017, in Low Cauca region, this has turned into the second region, the second most militarized region in the country, but no social investment has come. Our territory has convulsed and has suffered, and our defenders have been victims of the decisions of the current government by not meeting its obligations with the peace accords. I want to close by saying, judges, that from our farmers organization or peasants organization, our concern is that after 14 or 15 years of the paramilitary demobilization, we might end up repeating the same facts, the same events that happened in the 90s until 2006, where the paramilitaries were conducting joint actions with law enforcement forces. Thank you very much. We now call Henry Giraldo from the Freedom Legal Corporation and the La Tulpa Collective to present the case on the Eastern Civic Movement, Movimiento Cívico de Oriente. Good morning. Warm greetings to the honorable members of the tribunal and all attendees from Corporación Jurídica Libertad, and with the support of some organizations of the eastern part of Antioquia. We want to present this text that talks about the stigmatization and extermination of the Movimiento Cívico del Oriente, and that adapts to the documents that have already been submitted to the tribunal. Starting in the 60s in the eastern part of Antioquia, there is a reconfiguration of the territory for the accumulation of capital promoted by regional and national groups of power. This process is justified in the strategic location of the region and its water richness, turning into a vital territory. This process is supported by the strategic location of the region and its high amounts of water, turning into a vital territory for power generation. Therefore, the construction of hydropower stations and major infrastructure and transport projects. This new ordering of the territory overrun the interests and the everyday lives of the local settlers, imposing a notion of development thought from the outside in. This notion led to the resurgence of local resistance, finding in the civic movement of Eastern Antioquia its regional expression. It was a social and political movement that managed to articulate civic fights that had, civic struggles that had been happening in the 60s. And in the 80s and 90s, it fostered the appearance of a political actor that fought with the hegemony of traditional sectors. In September 1982, the movement developed the first regional civic strike with the participation of 13 municipalities, starting a cycle of mobilizations against the governor's office of Antioquia and the electrical company of Antioquia. Assemblies, local mobilizations, civic strikes consolidated a repertoire of action based on a political identity, based on participation and citizen mobilization that projected this movement as an alternative to power in the eastern part of Antioquia. Genocidal practices. In the municipality of El Peñol, in January 1965, Demetrio Galeano was murdered, the physician of the town and the owner of several properties where Empresas Públicas de Medellín, the public companies of Medellín, wanted to build a big reservoir. His denial to hand over the land had become a symbol of resistance before the project. His killing gave start to the process of resistance of the Peñolites against this project. For 10 years, the response of the state was to militarize the town, the aggression and imprisonment of those who led the mobilizations. This killing is the background of the imposition of a development model erected by external agents and foreign to the dreams and interests of the inhabitants of the eastern part of Antioquia, like Demetrio Galiano, who became a macabre precedent of how opposition would be met against the extractive plans and political and economic plans. Against these processes, there were pointed fingers, stigmatizations towards citizen mobilization. The Electrical Company of Antioquia deployed a media campaign seeking to affect the regional coordination of the movement, alter its legitimacy, and turn the public against it. Local and regional authorities said that the members were subversive, agitators, upheavers. The movement showed its capacity for calling people and for mobilizing people, and this made the powers uncomfortable in the department, and this caused them to be stigmatized and mistreated, such as by Álvaro Villegas, a conservative leader who said that the civic struggle was a subversive movement proclaimed by two anarchists. In this environment of confrontation in May '82, the urban setting of Marinilla was militarized. There were detentions of students and leaders of the movement. In Rio Negro, some students were taken to the 4th Brigade. Some leaders detained in Marinilla were subjected to 30 and 60 days of imprisonment. They didn't allow the Popular Assembly to be held. And arbitrary captures and seizures continued. There was a civic strike in the eastern part of Antioquia, and the response of the authorities was the detention of the main leaders, leaving a balance of 78 persons captured in the first day and 350 captured persons in the second day. As we can see from the inception of the movement, stigmatization, persecution, aggression, and the arbitrary detentions are part of a repertoire deployed by a block of power consisting of companies, politicians, and public law enforcement. And through coordinated actions, they managed to retain and to detain leaders of the movement in the different municipalities. The stigmatization and the detentions, we go to the killing of a civic leader, William Conrado, killed in October 1983 in the municipality of San Carlos, in what would be the beginning of the extermination of the civic movement that would lead to the homicide of the Ernesto Rios Arias on May the 3rd, 1995, completing 12 years of a genocidal process that took the lives of over 200 people and showed out the participation of a civic project and community project as a political option that could dispute the powers and the traditional political parties that were part of this block of power that participated in the stigmatization and oppression of the civic movement. All these events led to the denial of the participation of the population in the institutional policies, reivindications, and political positions of the citizen movement were read or seen not as a possibility for strengthening democracy, but rather as a threat to the interests of certain political and economic groups. Since the killing of Julian Conrado, there have been announcements and reports within the framework of judicial process that denounce the collaboration between the law enforcement, the paramilitary groups to attack civic leaders. However, this was not investigated with the necessary rigor or diligence, allowing this genocidal process to be completely unleashed. Impunity became a structural factor in this genocidal process. Before the killing of Julian Conrado, there were denouncements of the actions of a paramilitary group with the public forces that were threatening civic leaders. In fact, from the moment of the murder, there were clear clues of the authors, the accomplices, and their contacts with law enforcement. However, this investigation never moved forward, nor were the responsible captured. Victim states, from the moment that the civic board was ready, some of our council people were said to be guerrilla members. Omar Jaramillo in September told me to tell Julian Conrado to take care to watch out to move from the town, and that the other members of the board should move also, because Jaramillo had been stopped at checkpoints, had been beaten, and had been threatened. By whom? By the army, well, by the commander of that military base. Based on testimonies, we can identify a group of people that included the alleged authors of the crime against Julian Conrado that were related to the public law enforcement forces and accused of conforming a paramilitary group. The file reads, these are 15 testimonies of people from San Carlos and San Luis that in different circumstances of time and place, through direct interaction, found out that the paramilitary groups of Galeano, Gonzalez, among others, were there, and there no being any doubt that they were an armed civilian group under the coordination of the army. In 1983, and after the statute of limitations in October 2002, we asked for copies of the file to try to investigate people that were participants in the murder and were not linked to the prosecution, such as the commanders of San Carlos and the commanders of San Carlos and San Luis. The target analysis, the facts, and investigation after the murder of the civic leader is a reflection of the impunity around the whole genocidal process of more than 200 killings and multiple aggressions against the civic movement of the Eastern Antioquia. Thank you very much. We will now listen to the case of a national trade union school that will be connecting via Zoom. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes, sir, we can hear you. Good morning, honorable judges of the Permanent People's Tribunal, prosecutors, and all attendees. This document is presented by the National Trade Union School, a non-governmental and social organization with 38 years working for the defense of human and labor rights. And a part of it is focused on following up and documenting and researching and analyzing the serious situation of systematic and selective violation of the rights to life, freedom, and integrity committed against union leaders in Colombia, having reached the conclusion that oftentimes trade unions have been stigmatized, persecuted, and thousands of its members have been killed. The victims of this violence have been trade union members, leaders, affiliates, and activists, following the doctrine, in agreement with the doctrine notions of the expert commission, and both from the International Labor Office, as well as in agreement with the United Nations Declaration for the Defenders of Human Rights. Among the elements that we want to mention here, in addition to what has been presented by union organizations, we can conclude that the actions of annihilation against the unions have been committed against the in plain view of the state, and therefore we can say that the Colombian state is responsible either by action or by omission. Following our investigations in January 1973 until December 31, 2020, there have been at least, without counting under registration, over 15,000 violations to the lives, freedom, and integrity against trade union leaders. Among these, 3,200 homicide, 400 attempts against life, 253 forced disappearances, and 7,500 death threats, 1,900 forced displacements. Although these figures take us closer to the degree of violence against union leaders in Colombia, we cannot conclude that we can reduce that to figures, because after these thousands of cases, there have been serious human, family, organizational impacts to the rights and to democracy itself. Also, women directives, activists, grassroots affiliates, and the relatives of those who have been victims. Between 1973 and 2020, in 9 departments and the capital district, we have the 81% of the total cases registered and 76% of the homicides of trade union leaders. These are Antioquia, Valle del Cauca, Santander, Cesar, Bogotá, Cauca, Arauca, Bolívar, Atlántico, and Caldas. In the period that we address, it's over 500 union organizations that have been subjected to attacks against the life, the integrity, and the freedom of its members. And of these, at least 346 have seen the murder of one of their members. In 20 organizations of trade unions, we have 80% of the violent actions. Sintraunagro, Anuso, Sinantraunal, Sintraunicol, different trade unions that group most of the attacks. In none of these cases should we assume that these trade unions that I just mentioned did not suffer serious violations. It is proven, on the other hand, that during these same years, more than 9,000 cases, representing 62.1% of those where no persons responsible for the event were identified, which reinforces the pattern of impunity that covers all the crimes against trade union leaders. On the other hand, of the 5,600 cases where we do have information of the persons responsible, the paramilitaries are the main victimizers. In 68% of these registers, the state organisms, particularly the army and the police, are second with 19.9%, followed by insurgent groups with 8%, common crime with 1.9%, and then a final 1.83%. In fact, we have identified a pattern of violence against trade union leaders committed within the context of a relationship between the state and the paramilitary. Cases as Antox, Sintra Clínica, Sintra Departamentos, Sintra SEMA, Sintra Municipios, FECODE, FENSUAGRO, among many others, and that I don't have time to mention. Sometimes even employers and companies have been investigated and their links to paramilitary groups, as we can see with the cases of the Drummond, Nestlé, Chiquita brands companies. And in fact, the testimonies and reports submitted by the anti-distance to the Truth Commission and to the JEP seek to contribute to the clarification of truth and justice with these events. It is fundamental to mention the responsibility of the executive and the judicial power. Executive power because of the actions where state actors have been involved, the public law enforcement, public officials. And with the judicial power, the lack of interest by the entities to build a narrative of about this violence against trade union leaders with a systemic approach, which reinforces impunity. In general, many crimes related to serious violations of human rights. By 2016, we said that impunity was over 80% of the total documented events. So, considering what I just presented, anti-union violence is defined as the group of practices and acts that threaten the life, the personal integrity, and the freedom of union members who, through coercion and force, will lead to the extermination of union organizations and exclusion. We have also made progress in identifying rationales, modalities, hypotheses, and contexts that are closely related, interrelated, that explain the relations between the union role and violence against union leaders. Expressed how? As a consequence of the socio-political role, as an instrument of regulation and political control in the mobilizations and union protests, a consequence of the struggle for territorial control, part of an instrument that uses the counterinsurgent rhetoric against these union members and leaders, violence that is inflicted from the state, in this case by the DAS, the Administrative Department of Security, DAS, as an instrument of ideological correction used by the insurgent groups. A violence that uses scenarios of common crime as distractors for the political contents of the perpetrated actions. As a consequence of the implementation of the neoliberal model, an instrument that favors accumulation of land and hinders the structuring of organizational processes. Finally, considering that the anti-union violence has certain dynamics to it, it's necessary to state that Overcoming it requires efforts and endeavors that go beyond the overcoming the armed conflict and implementation a protection program. We need a policy to transform this reality that would aim to the disassembling the anti-union culture that legitimizes violence and making progress in this as a necessary condition for non-repetition, overcoming the high indexes of impunity that limit access to truth and justice by the victims, as well as promoting reflections with respect to the need, legitimacy, and importance of the free exercise of trade union activities as fundamental conditions for strengthening democracy and building peace. Thank you very much. We thus finish the presentation of the cases of the block of social leaders. We will now move on to a small break and to take a snack. And this break will be only 15 minutes long. So please be very punctual, on time, just 15 minutes. You can find the coffee station and where you signed in today, you can find some snacks. Please just take 15 minutes.
Queremos recordarles que este Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos
We want to remind you that this People's Tribunal is strict, and we therefore ask you that when you want to go to the restroom, please try to avoid making noises. We will also want to kindly ask you to restrain your comments and your conversations. If you want to have them, please do it outside the auditorium. Also, if you want to answer any calls, please do so outside. We now continue with the next block, dedicated to the students' movement. We will have a presentation of a report from the University of Antioquia, and then from private universities, and we'll conclude with the Zoom presentation of Professor Miguel Ángel Beltrán. After finishing this block, the secretary of the tribunal will open up a space of questions and answers for the jury that will encompass both the topic of social leaders as well as the students' movement. For this presentation, we call Leider Perdomo from Corporación Jurídica Libertad. Warm greetings to the judges, the prosecutors, and to the peoples, especially, that with majesty they give rise to this tribunal, the peoples who carve history and are the protagonists of the struggles and our fights, that the peoples that, because of tyranny, have been forced to violence, tyranny, and genocide. We accuse the Colombian state of at least 334 aggressions against students of the University of Antioquia, the state that executed the verbs stigmatize, repress, judicialize, imprison, threaten, displace, torture, murder, and disappear forcibly. The massacre against 10 students in 8 and 9 July 1954 was the baptism in blood of the doctrine of national security. The members of the military acted under the anti-communist instruction of the US and were the first to leave their mark on the Colombian state. And this US school was strong in its stigma. One of the counterinsurgents doctrine manuals of 1947 said, "Subversion is not necessarily armed, as it manifests itself as mobilizations, strikes, application of committed social sciences, infiltration in schools and universities." The doctrine stigma had its first reflection in the University of Antioquia on May 7, 1965, when students and union leaders protested peacefully against the disembarkment of 4,000 soldiers, Marines, and parachute soldiers in Santo Domingo. The manifestation was repressed and ended in the taking of the University Paraninfo by the police and the civil defense, with 50 people injured. After these events, it was a report from El Colombiano newspaper about the supposed rebel child that was a plan that orchestrated from Moscow and pointed to a general insurrection in Latin America and prepared by the National University Federation. In the 70s, the student struggle turned more serious in the university. The answer by the from the official side was to repress and to use the force. In Colombia, at least 118 standards and 241 provisions were issued that restricted the freedom of persons and legalized the broadening of the powers of officials with executive power. Many of them were issued against students, and we can highlight Decrees 968, 1162, 1412, 1678, and 2732 of 1977 that enacted the implementation of administrative measures, as well as the security statute of President Julio Cesar Turbay Ayala, a standard that was the condensation and the consolidation in Colombia of the national security doctrine. Within that framework, in the 80s, in Antioquia University, a series of disciplinary processes with massive sanctions against the students started that soon extended towards some teachers and resulted in the expulsion and firing of 200 people that made up the faculty. Thus, the legislation of exception consolidated the arbitrary use of the legal apparatus, judicialization and imprisonment, repression and extermination of student expressions that were not in agreement with the political regime. They have tried to stage things where leaders and activists have been accused of making up a part of guerrilla groups. At least 64 times students have been arbitrarily imprisoned or judicialized in Antioquia. Apart from this use of the legal apparatus to accuse the students of being rebels, there have been practices of physical and social elimination against them. For this, since the 70s, agents of the army and the police of the state started configuration clandestine and illegal organizations, as well as promoted the composition of paramilitary groups that also acted in Universidad de Antioquia. Within that framework, since 1978, they started with the implementation of the forced disappearance of students. In Universidad de Antioquia, they identified 42 cases of that practice against members of the academic community, mostly students, with 30 cases constituting 71%. Most forced disappearances against students of the Universidad de Antioquia ended with the death of the victims or the uncertainty on their destination until the present. 11 people were disappeared forcibly after being approached by people who identified themselves as state agents. Murder has been a means of physical elimination throughout time, first through the arbitrary use of force within the context of social protest that has resulted in the killing of several students, such as Luis Fernando Barrientos, Elkin Darío Córdoba, Ricarte Salinas Echeverría, and Mario Alonso Tobón, victims of shots fired by law enforcement agents within the context of a protest. Selectiveness and premeditation have also been a characteristic. At least 21 students of the Antioquia University have been killed this way. In total, 45 students of Universidad de Antioquia between 1958 and 2018 have been killed. 52% of the total university students that were killed. Of that number, we know that at least 18 of them were killed by state agents or members of paramilitary groups within the framework of protests, after having been arbitrarily detained, tortured, forcibly disappeared, or killed by hitmen. In 1999, after a meeting between student leaders, Gustavo Marulanda and his partner wanted to go to a sauna in a leisure center. He had been repeatedly threatened, and a friend of his and father figure had been killed, and most people were recommending him to leave in a naive gesture, such as carrying rocks on the backpacks just in case. They decided to go towards Carabobo Street, and there came a motorbike with two men. And then his partner would say, damn, they're gonna kill us. And then Gustavo saw that, and the guy started drawing his gun. He pushed me because I was in the second place. Gustavo pushed me, and I reacted, and I saw when the shot hit him, and he fell right on top of me. With the killing of Marilanda, the paramilitary started a process of 6 years where they perpetrated at least 12 threats, killed Professor Hernan Henao, and caused the exile of at least 12 activists and forced displacement of similar amount of people. The exile and forced displacement have been ever present in this university student movement. With this practice, they socially eliminate leaders and activists, dismembering scenarios for organization, convergence, and political participation by the students. A student in the 90s thus stated, it was a whole generation that left, that was scattered. This forcing the students to be forcibly displaced has been a non-lethal way of exterminating them, of murdering them socially. We respectfully request the judges of the Permanent People's Tribunal to condemn the Colombian state and to sentence the Colombian state and recognize its role as a genocidal actor, in its role in the extermination of activists and student leaders, but also organizations, identity, and their flags. We also respectfully request to recommend the correction of the doctrine that criminalizes the social protest and broaden the limited university democracy and promote memory on the historical struggles. As accused, we notify the Colombian state that the revelry of the students and of the youth will continue to bear witness and to be the testimony of resistance, that the university halls will continue to be committed to the transformation of this country. Thank you very much. We now call Alfonso Insuasti for the presentation of the case of private universities.
Un saludo especial a este ejercicio.
Very warm greetings to the exercises of a sovereign people. We will present the case of private universities, focused on this exercise of recognizing the process that we will call, and which has been proposed as social processes, the genocide carried out by the neoliberal process against critical thoughts within the private universities. In the context of our perspective, we state that the repression requires strategies that make them possible and even legitimate, and strategies that go beyond just the physical force of extermination. This is why we talk about an inspection, the construction. So that's why I propose that we inspect the construction of a hegemonic condition of domination that we understand as a naturalization of repression. And so in this case, we highlight that one of the spaces that has allowed the state to naturalize exclusion in the country has been through the control of the kind of knowledge that is produced in the universities. So we remember that while this is being carried out and continues to be carried out, the territorial war, there's a whole re-institutional design that also includes the educational sectors. So our discussion about the nature of genocide in Colombia is not limited to physical extermination as a social practice. It has been present in symbolic actions and the sense, and also the notes of censure of free thought within the universities and a dominant orientation of the market. So why are we talking about the transformation of universities in relation to this process of extermination of social movements in the country? It's because the transformation of university in Colombia is not only due to the implementation of a neoliberal model in our society, it's also a function and serves the objectives of this model. This is a framework that establishes the limits for relationships between the scientific function, the human function of the university, and the social role and the political nature that it can have. And so these processes are expressed through the adaptation to the market context or the neoliberal system, which connects the university, company, and state. The state is opening up the way towards the universities, and students are forced to adapt to the two prior. For that reason, the university from the doors outward has become privatized. And this model is also projected inwards within the universities and privileges a promotion of members who are using the concept of privilege. So for example, in the last 2 calls for applications, there was a reduction in 52%, making it impossible to make visible investigation, research, and other important issues in relation to the topics we're addressing today. So the neoliberalism is not only a social and economic transformation of the institution and the state, but also in the subjective nature of the individuals, because universities are places where they create complex understandings of subjective individuals. So neoliberal control can be registered in how people are hired. These are lecturers who are hired for 4-month periods, which previously was the exception, and now this is the norm. And this limits freedom of expression. We also see the different impacts on research, which must be co-financed, and this is co-financed by companies. The projection of the neoliberal model results in an ever more precarious labor situation where the reduction of participation of unions and social organizations which are weakened within the educational situation, the private universities, or they no longer exist. Because these are only spaces that could be seen as functional spaces, and there's a limitation of the autonomous action of the universities, both in private and public universities, which end up selling their services to these companies who are promoting the extermination of this freedom of thought. And so we see this has impacts throughout the different communities. And we see that there's a censorship that is broad, and we have faced this within the university structure, carried out by economic groups, like clerical groups, and by families or political clans who own these institutions and define the profile of these institutions, which are also receiving funding through state funds and private funds, which is subsidizing the demand, and it leads to the definancing of the public system. So over time, in 2014, these universities were called, which have been captured or co-opted, and the owners are from different political clans. We call them educational clans. These are investors, or we see cases such as the University of Santander or Boyacá, the University of Antonio Nariño, the University of Medellin, and others, which have used this model to promote this model that has caused pain and death in our communities. We've seen dozens of cases of professors who, in addition to the physical extermination, which we've already seen, there was a generation of exclusion through the hiring process, such as the case of Mónica Bodoyes from Ibagué, or Carolina Sanín, who was fired from Los Andes University due to the way that they think and the research that they were carrying out. And we have seen this, the words of Gadaño, who's a philosopher. She allowed us to understand and that the Constitutional Court has just ended the freedom of what teachers teach in Colombia. And so I insist that in Colombia, we have just lost freedom of thought, and we are now simulating thought. We saw that in 2019, that there was a professor who was fired because his thought was politically uncomfortable. The same happened in the University of Savannah, which is under the direction of the Opus Dei, which is a sector of the Catholic Church, which is extremely conservative. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I'd like to conclude that as a genocidal practice carried out by the state, we see that the violent neoliberal reform of the universities can be understood as just another chapter of authoritarian actions, and that due to their technical vocation, they look to impose a specific model of society as was carried out within the context of the dictatorships. Thank you.
Desafortunadamente,
Unfortunately, Professor Miguel Ángel Beltrán will not be able to connect to our call today. So we will open up the space for the next presentation, which is block 5, the LGBTI block, which will present the understanding of risk and the violence against trans women and sex workers in Manizales, Colombia, a report that will be presented by Armario Abierto. And so after this presentation, we will have a block of concentrated questions from the jury to conclude the session, with a block on paramilitarism. And so then there will be a space where the jury can present their major concerns about the paramilitary actions in our country. So we call Chaira Maria Franco and Vanessa Leonio Marie from Armario Abierto, or Open Closet, to present their case via Zoom. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chaira Maria Franco Ramirez, and I'm a member of the organization Armario Abierto in the city of Manizales. As trans women and sex workers, I'm here with my colleagues who are also a member of my organization, trans women and sex workers. So today we'd like to talk about the 5 phases of the genocide that we have seen taking place. One is the construction of the other in the city of Manizales. Due to the actions of the institution, a document was published that refers to us as if we were a plague, using inadequate, offensive words. We see that these are discriminatory and violent acts against ourselves. This has meant that due to these policies, we see that there's different attacks and aggressions carried out by the national police, and saying that they are fulfilling orders presented by the institutions, and we are forced to be confined in specific spaces, and our rights are violated by the institutions. Then we see that there are detentions or unjustified arrests, physical, psychological, and emotional attacks that we see from the police in the city of Manizales. In my personal experience, on some occasions, I can share part of my personal experience. On several occasions, I have been beaten. I have even lost my consciousness due to the beatings. And I was just kind of dumped at the medical center without any kind of response from the authorities Other women, trans women, have had the same experience. It's not just myself, because essentially daily we see that this situation is taking place and increasing. We see an increase in the attacks and aggression from the police against the trans women who are sex workers in the city of Manizales. It also exists, and based on the situation, it's not only abuse from the police in the fact that we are beaten, but there's also sexual abuse during the confinement of spaces where we are forced to stay in a specific space, and the institutions are control where we are able to carry out our work. And thus we are forced, to be in that space. It means that we are a target of murders. We are more exposed because this is a very reduced space where we are allowed to be present, where we can freely move in the city. It's a very limited space, which means that there's an increase in violence against us, as these spaces or these areas where we are allowed to work are around different plazas or markets. And we see that there are situations of vulnerability where it increases the violence against ourselves. We also see that there's a physical weakening and systematic weakening, which refers to what happens when the police arrives. When we hear a motor or the sirens, we should feel protected. We should feel happy because it should be, this is what should be the case. When we hear a motorcycle or the sirens, we should be happy. We should feel protected, but we don't feel like we are protected by the police. We feel fear, panic, because we know we'll be arrested, that we will be arrested, beaten, that parts of our body where we've had surgical interventions will be highlighted or touched. There's also emotional deterioration, the fear of filing a complaint, feeling that we have to be silent, because we know that if we do speak, if we file a complaint, the fact that we are in this very limited space, we're an easy target. And so this increases the fear and means that we can't speak. We can't file a complaint, because we know that if we do file a complaint, they know exactly where we are and when we will be there. And that means that we are physically and psychologically weakened due to all of these kinds of attacks against trans women who work as sex workers. The collective extermination. So this has to do with how the practices have changed years prior. As in previous years, they were killing 6, 7, 8 of the women in just one night. These practices have changed as time has gone by. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It just changed. It's now drop by drop, one by one. So they kill one person, and then 6 or 8 months will go by, and then another woman will be killed. It's more selective murders. Sorry, it's hot here. And so the women who, we see that this continues to happen, and it's a way that we continue to be attacked. And unfortunately, it's very, very sad. It's important to present this information to the People's Permanent Tribunal, since we know that here in Colombia, they're not going to do anything. The situation will continue. We know that in Argentina, for many years, they've been working to recognize these acts as genocide. And so that doesn't mean it only happens in Manizales. This happens in all over Colombia, in all of the cities, wherever trans women are working as sex workers. And because we are trans women, we are a group, because we are groups of trans women, we are more exposed to the violence and the attacks against ourselves. These attacks don't happen to other people who are in the city. As they say, they seek to expel, to push us out of specific spaces. There are cisgender individuals, but we see the violence is specifically being perpetuated against trans women. So that's why we want justice. We want justice for all of our colleagues and sisters who have been murdered, and also because we are families, because in the families, these are political families, but also around our other family structures. For example, in this case, we are a group, a family of trans women, and it is very painful for us that our friends and colleagues are being murdered and that these deaths remain impune. Thank you very much.
Hola, así como ha sido propuesto antes por la Fiscalía.
As was proposed by the prosecutor and in agreement with all the challenges that we have with the different spaces, we will now take time for the presentation of questions or comments from the judges, or if they have suggestions in relation to the block of civil society representatives and social leaders and universities, and the last presentation, which evidently are part of a discourse that it's been cross-cutting throughout the 3 sessions, and that's why there are so many different aspects or parts of civil society. And so now we open up a space for the judges if you have any comments that you would like to make. We can't see very well. Who is asking to speak? Who's there? Luciana? Go ahead.
No se escucha, Luciana.
Luciana, we can't hear you.
No quiero de hablar.
Sí, está bien. Está bien ahora.
It's okay.
Perdón, era Graciela que pedía la palabra.
No.
Graciela would like to speak.
No, pero no pidió la palabra, es Graciela.
Luciana didn't ask to speak. Graciela would like to speak. Oh, sorry. I'm sure you're confused due to all the white hair. So my question specifically is in relation to the expositions, in relation to the student movement, both in the Antioquia University and the private universities. The question is in relation to the authorities within the university authorities, if the authorities are part of these state paramilitary and military and police and repressive alliance, or do they have a role in the defense to repress these policies that both of the groups have made announcements? And the same question is related to the professors, if they also have a positive role. Yes, the responsibility is direct, and it's very important in the attacks against the students within the University of Antioquia. It is direct. Some of the attacks are carried out by themselves, by state agents. There are specifically major responsibilities of the intelligence, such as the DAS and the CTI, but there also are a large number of aggressions that are carried out by the national police and also by judicial operators, specifically the prosecutor's office, who accuses individuals of being terrorists. And so beyond the abusive use of force, we see that there is sufficient documentation to show that there is an implication of the paramilitaries who have infiltrated the university. Sorry, but my question had to do with the authorities, the dean, the authorities of the university themselves and their role.
De parte de la administración universitaria en las últimas 2 décadas, de silenciamiento o en ocasiones de promoción de la agresión en contra de la protesta social de parte de las autoridades de fuerza del Estado. Pero en décadas anteriores, 70,
We see that currently the violence is being carried out by
previously in the
that there were
80s,
direct actions from the
there
university
was a
forces
direct action
carried out by
from the university authorities against the
specifically with,
students, particularly
sanctions.
through disciplinary action. And there have also been cases where the university authorities are facilitating information to authorities or judicial entities that are in the process of criminalizing students or prosecuting students.
Bien, en el caso de universidades privadas,
in the case of private universities, we could call this an invisible control. There are no strengthened student organizations, and the unions, also the unions in private university are almost non-existent, and that is thought out. Whoever tries to get organized will be removed. So that's what we call invisible control. Also, the topics that are treated. So participation is regulated. There's an institutionalized participation. So there's a representative of the students, but that ends up being like a fill-in. You're just appointed, you send it to the accreditation system, and you're meeting the indicator. So far, but there's no incidence in changing any institutional policies. Are there any others? Anthony Pigrao from Spain has asked for the floor. I also have a question, and after Anthony, Luigi Ferrajoli. Good afternoon. I will now ask several questions. The first one has to do with the person who talked in the name of the National Union Schools. He talked about system or systemic crime. I would like to know what he meant by this expression of crimen de sistema, systematic crime. The other one has to do with the correlation between the events that have been denounced in several locations and the processes of access and occupation of the territory by companies or businesses, not only companies, but sometimes but also businesses conducted by armed actors, and of course also extractive projects or other types of projects, but some type of occupation of the territory. So it has called my attention that when talking about the defenders in general, not much reference has been made to those people who defend water, air, forests. We usually call them the defenders of the land and the territory. I would like if someone would specify, because I understand that Colombia is first in the list of people killed for these reasons, for environmental defense. And the third thing I would like to comment on is to ask for your opinion on the national mechanisms for protection of defenders, so that you can assess whether these are institutions that could be rescued or whether it makes sense to reform them or to change them. And for on the other hand, the peace accords provide for the creation of a comprehensive security and protection program for the communities and the territories. And so if someone could give us, shed some light on whether this has had some development stages, that I would thank you for that.
Bueno, conté primero, de la Escuela Nacional
About
Sindical.
the first one, the National Unions School. When we talk about system crime, we are referring to the need for recognition that this event, that these crimes committed against the trade unions in the country are not isolated events, but rather they respond to a systematic crime that is historical, that comes from way back, and that is massive, and that seeks to, on the one hand, constrain union activity, and on the other hand, directly exterminate trade union activity. So there's a political intent. In my presentation, I was saying that there's a basic aspect that we have identified in our investigations, which is that when organizations, that union organizations, go beyond the strictly guild or salary related claims and go to a more inclusive approach, more political approach, this type of unions have been systematically persecuted and exterminated. So we are saying that there should be a recognition of that the crimes perpetrated against the unions and against the union movement are systematic and do not respond to isolated events and or are not linked to common criminality, which is what sometimes they try to do in Colombia, which is pass these crimes as if they were common theft or crimes of passion. And when we were investigating history, we realized that things were related to unions and it was systematic, but some other things were used to say that that was the cause. And that's what we refer when we say the system approach. Judge Pigrao, I will answer the question about environmentalists. The specific topic is that death in Colombia of environmental defenders is among the highest. But there's also the fact that the environmental leaders are usually peasants, indigenous peoples, or other types. And I think that we have included the category of environmentalists as a category. Out of 10 environmentalists that are being killed in Latin America, 7 are Colombian. So there's a lot of things to talk about in relation to that. And we would need to see that the indigenous communities also are working for the defense of the environment. And with respect to the extraction issues, there is a particular condition that in this case, the killing of environmental leaders has increased. Okay, so I think Professor Ferrajoli wants to ask a question about the intervention. My question is, human rights violations in today's bloc that have been determined by political identity as enemies of the students and the persons whose rights have been violated. In these cases, there is also a violation of rights because of political identity of the students. Yes. Persecution against students in public universities in Colombia in general has to do with identifying and selecting and picking the students that are following certain ideals or causes. That has to do with the process of democratization in the universities and has had to do with the decision makers in the university and government, but also it has to do with the students' activism with respect to other topics that are supposedly external to the university. For instance, critiques to legal reforms or to the social, economic, or political model or regime. So that's an element. Of course, we can find some examples of this kind of extermination in the University of Antioquia. For instance, the student coordinator of the University of Antioquia in the 90s was direct target of aggression from the paramilitaries, and she was a defender of the public university in the discussions of the National Development Plan of the Pastrana government. Okay, if there are no further questions or requests for the floor, we will move on to the next block, which is, of course, one of the main blocks. It's conclusive, but it's central and cross-cutting, which is a block that refers to paramilitarism. And I will now hand the floor to coordinator. Okay, we now continue with block number 6. Paramilitarism has been proven to be a common element in the violence, genocide, and extermination issues. So the prosecution calls for the presentations that are scheduled for this block, which is general overview, Dabeiba, San Jose de Apartado, that clearly allows to say that they group or that they represent a generalized context in the territory. We call Santiago Salinas for the presentation of the case of paramilitarism, reflection and overview.
Honorables magistrados.
Honorable judges, prosecutors, a device against everything that the model cannot co-opt. How to start to the account of a device of atrocity that goes through a whole generation. Paramilitarism does not arise to combat the guerrillas, but to exterminate the popular movement. It is an intergenerational device for genocide that eliminates the distinction between the civil and the military. In 1962, Yarborough mission would promote civil and military groups destined for repression, sabotage, and terrorist and paramilitary activities against known members of the Communist Party. Thus is born the institution of paramilitarism. The intelligence manual of the military will state in 1962. This can include whole nations. At 10 a.m. 1963, on the road to Argos in Antioquia, the workers blocked the trucks that transported cement, driven by the military. The access was cleared, the factory was opened, and a wound was opened also in the union movement. Law 48, 1968 will authorize the giving of weapons to civil groups in legislative support to the paramilitary strategy. It will also happen in 1989, 94, 97, 2000, 2005, and the present. In 1971, the police and the army massacred 30 students from Valle University within the framework of the repression of the student protest. Following the international reports of the institutional practices, the army decides to delegate the terror and torture to civilian groups that would soon continue with its work. The manual from 1987 states that the subversive conflict in Colombia is a consequence of political and socio-economic conflicts that has created a collision between the forces of order and subversive groups. with the support of foreign movements in different areas of the national territory, with the single purpose of taking power, and with active participation of groups of farmers, workers, and students. That same year, this discourse turned into shots would take the lives of Awad Gomez and hundreds of other people. The narrative of the internal enemy that encourages aggressions to civil populations is not just for the military manuals of intelligence. This narrative lives and has lived in the public environment, in the public setting, through the institutionalized language. The subversion has managed to take the flag of human rights that they don't respect, of course, and they present to national public opinion, international public opinion, as a repressive force. Manuel Jaime Guerrero Paz, Minister of Defense, 1988. In 1994, they published Decree 356 that would sponsor and aid the paramilitary groups helped by private security companies. A huge operation that crashed the FARC and created an incubator for the paramilitary. I said, look, General, what I'm telling you has evidence. What face will the representatives of the FARC make when I go to the Supreme Court of Justice and I say the army not only is related, not only did they not fight, but they fought the FARC so that they would not attack the paramilitary. General Skategui from the Mapiripan massacre. And not only Mapiripan, La Granja, El Laro, hundreds of territories, dead who lived, who denounced, who heard, dead Jesus Maria. The names of the human rights defenders disappeared, and those of the victimizers started adding up. All of these names of men who were promoted without being touched by justice, praised by the media and promoted by Congress, all of them accused of paramilitary actions. In 2000, the paramilitary project reached its highest point on the terror of the victims. There's a de facto paramilitary government that is elected and re-elected. It openly acts in the national territory, sharing the vehicles, the ideas, and the actions. And institutions now imitate the paramilitary and not the paramilitary to the institutions. There's no distinction between the civil and the military. Today, we want to state again that the violence that has traversed Antioquia is the immortal, also speaks of the immortal presence of Hector Abad Gomez. From here, we saw the Mariscal and Hector Ace's planes. We knew that they were firing shots, that people were dying, that they would never turn up again. San Carlos, San Jose de Apartado, San Juan de Arama, Bogota, 2020. These are some of the massacres of this generation. Between military and paramilitary, the genocidal machine was never shut down. We were born in an area of massacres. Hector Abad Gomez, Jesus Maria, Umaña Mendoza, former prosecutor of this tribunal, Umaña Luna, and Jaime Garzón. We saw Mancuso dining in Congress, and the victims cried floods of tears. We saw the press scared. We saw Nanook disappear, Marcela Cud. We saw the UP disappear. We saw Luchar disappear. We saw Peace die 1, 2, 3 times. We see today how people are being shot at today and yesterday, and with the same names in power, the legacy of pain. It's about being elected and re-elected. However, there is a truth. The justice of all the peoples consists of the simple and powerful fact of calling people by their names. León Valencia, Lleras Restrepo, Pastrana Borrero, López Michelsen, Turbay Ayala, Belisario Betancourt, Virgilio Barcos, César Gaviria, Samper Pisano, Andrés Pastrana, Álvaro Uribe, Santos, Álvaro Uribe. But there is a painful truth for the oligarchy. Beyond any strong truth, we will always be fighting or resting in death.
Llamamos a Ginette Milena Yepes de la Comisión Intereclesial de Justicia y Paz para presentar el caso Dabeiba.
We call for the Commission of Justice and Peace to present the Dabeiba case. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Sacamos para nuestra comunidad. Entonces dice,
It's a song for my community.
Oye, me chocó, te quiero besar. Era un sueño y se hizo realidad. Oye, me chocó, oye, por favor, tú no tienes por qué estar sufriendo así. La resignación de tu corazón, algún día llegará la redención. Algún día llegará la redención. Esta historia sucedida no quisiera recordar. Mis hermanos asesinados y hoy vamos a retornar. Oye, me chocó. Oye, por favor, tú no tienes por qué estar sufriendo así. La resignación de tu corazón, algún día llegará la redención. Algún día llegará la redención. Algún día llegará.
One day we will receive justice. Warm greeting, judges, prosecutors, and delegates who are in the 40th session of the People's Permanent Tribunal. On this occasion, I have two delegates from the communities from the Lower Traducción region who are here to present this case. This region of Colombia is placed in a strategic location that connects the center and south of the Americas and allows for an interaction between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. They call it the best corner of the Americas. It concludes a broad territory and different historic, social, cultural, administrative areas. Its territories are located between various departments, including Chocó, Antioquia, and Córdoba. It has a broad economic wealth due to its nature, forests, water. The genocide in Dabeiba and the Lower Traducción region were carried out in the actions to dispossess the people between 1996 and today. The territorial expansion of the banana industry, large-scale livestock, ports, and open mining. With the development of paramilitary strategies, the state, under the context of persecuting the guerrillas, have carried out terror plans with multiple and systematic human rights violations. This extermination plan was carried out in 4 major phases. The first phase came with the expansion of paramilitarism between 1995 and 1997, using 2 repressive militarization actions. One is the Convivir, and the second is the paramilitary structure. Both were coordinated from the 17th Brigade and 4th Division of the National Army. through the division, through the persecution, we saw the creation of the ACCU and later the AUC, both paramilitary structures that carried out joint actions with the National Army. Between 1996 and 2000, we saw the forced mass displacement of peasant and ethnic communities, economic blockades, threats, torture, selective murders, massacres, forced disappearances, sexual violence, and other actions. Just in 1995, there were more than 20 massacres in Urabá. On February of 1996, Operation Genesis began under the command of Rito Alejo de Rio, and at the same time, Operation Cacarica, using the ACCU paramilitary forces, was also implemented. There were multiple operations where several communities were bombed in the Salaki and Cacarica river basins, carrying out many violations. In July 1997, in the Beiba, a large group of people were murdered, and there was a Balsita massacre, leading to the displacement of about 1,000 people to the city of Beiba and Medellin. The second phase of the extermination plan took place between 1998 and 2002 with the Rastrejo operation, which looked to have military control of the regions with a violent expulsion of the inhabitants from their territory using military forces and paramilitary forces in Curdo, Higumendo, Pedeguita, Mansilla, Cacarica, and indigenous reservations such as that of Alto Guayabal. In the Beiba, we saw the displacement, and 34 families were dispossessed between 1996 and 1997. They faced cruel and humiliating treatments, threatened, tortured, and these continued until 1998. Currently, the community has not been able to return to its land due to the security situation in the area due to the control of armed groups. The third phase of this genocide took place between 2002 and 2006 with military operations using Law 975 of 2005. We saw expansion of environmental impacts, and there were smear campaigns carried out against the communities, judicial processes against community leaders who were in opposition to the business model. We saw that the actions of the state and the businesses in the expulsion of the communities to implement banana, palm, and other projects, as well as the extractive industry. In a fourth phase, between 2006 to date, with the mobilization of the AGC, we saw a reorganization of the paramilitary military structure. These are groups that came out of the prior paramilitary structure, now with the Gaitan self-defense forces in Colombia. Working together with the police and the military, we see a new social territorial control mechanism using armed strikes, which were the implementation of agrarian reform and the penetration of their members in all the different communities to obstaculize social harmony and well-being in the communities, carrying out threats, murders, and the buying off of community members. Also, the recruitment of boys and girls using childhood prostitution in some communities. The AGC has achieved a control of 90% of the communities in the region. The genocidal actions against the communities in the Lower Traducción region and the Beiba show more than 390 murders and disappearances, 80 collective forced displacements, and all are impune. There are also many cases of sexual violence and the prostitution of girls. There were 5 judicial setups and also more than 230 threats against community members and 12 economic blockades, as well as the stealing of basic goods. We see the actions of the companies and the paramilitary structure with the complicity of the state has led to an intensive exploitation, impacting the Catillo National Park and its natural wealth. There are now large-scale, about 60% of the region of the forested area is now used for large-scale livestock. We said that there was a deforestation of over 3,000 hectares in the Pedregacito River Basin. These are some of the incidents that show what has happened in the Bajo Trato region and the Beiba, and that these are crimes against humanity, which can be typified as an ethnic and environmental genocide with the aim of military ensuring the area to implement and economic projects and the use of land, excluding the ethnic and territorial communities, the communities of the Lower Trato and the Beiba, organized in humanitarian zones and biodiversity zones, have created these spaces as well as memory spaces, memory forests, and others, which is why we come before this tribunal to share all of the incidents that are in our report, that the state is responsible for the systematic crimes against the rural community, the Afro-Mestizo populations in Lower Trato region, which looks to extinguish their identities, their ecosystems, to impose this rural development model, which is exclusionary. These criminal structures through paramilitarism and drug trafficking are part of the strategies of the military, police, and politicians' schemes to implement the infrastructure and economic extractive projects. Lastly, we request that the Special Jurisdiction for Peace responds to the responsibility and brings before its courts the responsible parties, including the third party, which have not been brought before the special jurisdiction. Thank you very much.
Daira en Benanantrua Karepa Barina, Panandaipa, Nama Nangwa, Mitianamu Alazebida and Baita, Suburia Oda and Bamania, Waji Hon and Tabaita.
Llamamos a Genaro Graciano.
We now call Genaro Graciano from the Peace, Germán Graciano, the Peace Community of San Jose de Apartado. Excuse me. We call Jose Rovilo Lopez from the Peace Community of San Jose de Apartado.
Bueno, un cordial saludo para todos.
Warm greetings for everyone here in the auditorium and all those judges, prosecutors. So the Peace Community of San Jose de Apartado is in the Urabá section of Antioquia, close to the Gulf of Urabá. It was born in 1997. It was created by displaced peasants. We were displaced in 1996, and the community was created in March of 1997 because there was no way to survive the displacement. And so we freely decided to create a life process, which would be called the Peace Community. Since then, we have suffered thousands of attacks, of murders, and many human rights violations. and disappearances, blockades, criminalization, of all kinds of actions from all the actors, from paramilitaries, the guerrillas, from the army, and from the elites, from the oligarchy, from the government, the president, senators, and from the judiciary. And this time we have identified 7 strategies to exterminate our community, 7 strategies that have sought to wipe out the community. A first attempt to exterminate us is a physical extermination, to end a process and which contradicted the state, which wasn't involved with any of the armed groups, which didn't collaborate with any of the armed groups. So there was coordination between paramilitaries and the army, and mayors and the government in general to begin to kill. And they began to kill as a way to physically eliminate the community. Many people were murdered at the beginning of the community. The first leaders of the community were massacred. And from that point on, there were many disappearances and many deaths, and the deaths of family members and friends. A second strategy was the degradation of the natural environment. And this included the degradation of our well-being. We saw that there were slander, there were malicious prosecution carried out by the brigade, by the 17th Brigade, coordinating together with the paramilitarism. They have intensified, and we've seen a growth of the paramilitary structure, which continues to act in the name of the companies who are extracting and exploiting minerals in our area. And so one of the ways that they sought to say that the community were guerrillas, but we have internal regulations, which means that we will not be involved with any of the armed groups. So the strategy was to try to try us as guerrilla members. And so that's why there was malicious persecution in the public transportation. We are traveling, they put bombs with the idea of making false accusations against us. They would use pamphlets with the names of individuals, and then they would be murdered by hitmen or paramilitary criminals or individuals from the 17th Brigade, and they would then take pictures, and then they would put these pictures on the media to stigmatize us. And the media in Urabá and in Medellin have been used, and they have published without any sort of investigation everything that the 17th Brigade has and the 7th Division has published or shared against the community and our resistance. We also see media degradation. The people who were murdered in the rural areas, they were presented as false positives, as people killed in combat. Someone who was murdered as a peasant was then presented, and it was stated that they were guerrilla members. Oftentimes, they would dress them in camouflage and give them weapons after the fact. The third point is the ideological stigmatization. This includes the war manuals that were invented by the military forces in the country, in the regions, to allegedly attack the guerrillas, or manuals to attack the insurgency. And what are they trying to do with these manuals? They seek today to include the civilian population in the war. because these are manuals alleged to combat the guerrillas and the insurgency, regardless of if they involve the civilian population in their operations. And so to do this, they've carried out many ways to try to include the peace community in the war. They're criminalized as being part of guerrillas, or because we have allegedly damaged the good name of the military forces. A fourth way of carrying out the extermination is a biological warfare, biological attacks, where we see that the state institutions, the paramilitaries, and the army itself would create roadblocks so that food was not able to go in or out of the region, food that was for the families. This means that people died. People died. They were only able to bring in a small amount of food for their families. They started killing the people who had stores, and people who had just little stores and sold goods to the community. And the paramilitaries, together with militaries from the 17th Brigade, began to kill the people who had stores, to completely close off the entrance and sale of goods for the community as a way to exterminate it. So in the same type of extermination, we also have the stealing. Several times they stole money from us, money that was resulted from our cacao crops. The fifth way is the legal criminalization. It's a fifth way of exterminating our community. And so in this fifth form, they have used different files, and these files were created by individuals. Some were demobilized individuals from the FARC who were brought to the 17th Brigade, and they were forced to make declarations, false testimonies against the peace community. And then they were made files using the names of community members. These were face false accusations stating that they were militia members, or that they were collaborators or active members of the FARC. We went before the court, and we, due to the lack of actions from the judiciary, we have declared that we are in conscious objection. We also see another element, which is social exclusion. And so the community says, no, we will not participate in social projects carried out by the presidency, like Families in Action and others, because in the past, many people were judged because they didn't participate. And if they didn't participate, then they received death threats for not participating in state projects. Or they were excluded from the area. They were forced to displace, or their lands were removed because they didn't accept forming part of these state projects. And because of their refusal, they received death threats. And they stated, or because they stated that that there was ties between the presidential programs, paramilitary structure in the area. And the seventh way is economic deprival. This last economic point is closing the commercial projects in the peace community. We had banana projects. We currently have cacao. And so we've seen that there have been efforts to close our access to the different economic projects because they're controlled by the paramilitary structure. And so we were not allowed to sell our products. And we saw that paramilitaries, militaries, and state entities have stolen the money. And lastly, what we are facing today is that they're trying to see how they can take our lands away. And this has to do with land claims before the land restitution unit. We see that there are false claims and lawyers that are promoting these land claims, but to benefit companies and not the alleged peasants. So these last 24 years, we just on March 23rd celebrated 24 years of existence. And over that time, we have survived different criminal accusations. The Constitutional Court just ruled in favor of the military forces and did not recognize the freedom of expression of the community and civil society in general. And so we have requested the nullification of this ruling to favor the peace community, which is currently being studied by a judge who is replacing the individual who signed the ruling in favor of the military. So this is the case of the peace community. We see that the responsible parties in Urabá are the companies, the 17th Brigade of the Army. And they're the individuals or groups that pay the paramilitary structure, the one that support the paramilitaries, that displace the people so that the companies such as Coals of Urabá can come in and exploit all of the natural resources and natural wealth of our Urabá. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias por.
Thank you for these last presentations that were a pretty compact and differentiated block to shed some light on the different phases of paramilitarism and the resistance to against paramilitarism. We now ask again the jury whether they have any questions or observations, remarks that you would like to give to those who have presented the evidence so far. We have any time you may want to use. This is the last time for the presentations, for the testimonies and reports, and we will then move on to a conclusions section and discussing some of the reports and the different aspects. If we can take perhaps someone who can gather the comments or remarks from the judges, because some of them are not present here with us. Can you hear us?
No estoy viendo a Simona, Yanni, pero nosotros.
I can see Simona, Yanni, but we can hear you perfectly. I don't see Judge. All right, Andrés Barreda. Andrés Barreda has a question. I would like to ask all those who have intervened in the last block on paramilitarism. Well, I'm not very clear about whether in the whole region of Antioquia or the interoceanic region that you have described in two different presentations there are, I'm not sure whether there are US military bases in that region. Some of the military installations of the US in Colombia are somehow related to that region or placed in that region. I'm not sure whether there's someone who can answer that right now or discuss that specifically. Would anyone from the attendees or anyone else who? No, not directly in the Antioquia region. However, with respect to the Pari peoples, which is the Catatumbo region, there are several military bases. And perhaps 1 or 2 years ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Bari community were stood up against this a U.S. battalion and drove them out of the territory because they were not respecting the boundaries of the indigenous reservation. So why is there a U.S. battalion in that area of Catatumbo region? And it's precisely because in Catatumbo there are several problems related. One, first with the armed actors, and as we were explaining in the report, there are many economic interests on the land, extractive projects, agro-industrial projects, and it is also an area that has considerable amounts of coca crops. So these U.S. economic interests and military interests are settled in this area, and it is the Bari people who have to stand up against these battalions and drive them out of indigenous territory. Note on the U.S. military bases. John Lindsay Polland's book, which was submitted to the tribunal, has the maps of where the 7 U.S. military bases are located, and that's a cartography there. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, Jani. It would seem there are no further questions. So with this, I think we will now close the hearings with a very important component of direct witness testimony and analysis. For all those who are listening and the judges, members of the jury, this evidence presented in these 3 days have included particularly 50 explicit cases, plus some others observations that are part of documentation that has been submitted to the tribunal. And as Father Javier Giraldo has recalled, the book's reference and documentation of after all these years is quite extensive. So the tribunal will have its time to integrate all these sources and try to understand the terms of georeferencing and the chronology, which is of course not simple to establish. So with this, I think we can hand the floor to the defendant, the defense. Having finished with the presentation of the cases, we will now move on to the intervention of the prosecution to present the final allegations. Let me remind you that the prosecutors of this tribunal have been Ivan Darío Velázquez and prosecutor Ángela María Buitrago, to whom I hand the floor now. The prosecution salutes Mr. Philippe Lexier, chairman of the 48th session of the Permanent People's Tribunal, the honorable judges, and the Secretary General, and all attendees to this trial. For 3 days, we have heard several and clear testimonies that confirm the history of repression in Colombia and sufficiently show the elimination of the opposing person, the other, he or she who doesn't share the imperative economic or political model in our country, as a systematic practice that seeks to eliminate any form of dissidence that would endanger the hegemony of the elites. From voices forsaken, forgotten in time, and from souls of Bogotanos that in 1919 were killed by the army because they demanded the government of Marco Fidel Suarez to reverse his decision to order the making abroad of boots and uniforms for the army, and to make these items be manufactured domestically, down to the most recent homicides of social leaders, defenders of human rights, and former combatants of the FARC. Each of the episodes that have been described in this audience have, from the victim's perspective, one common element. Both in the past and in the present, they were an incipient opposition, a germ of opposition against the imposed elites, and whose extermination they are trying to achieve at whatever the cost. Let me recap some of the evidence of this trial to remind you, members of the jury of the Permanent People's Tribunal, that the events that supported the accusation against the Colombian state, whether organized chronologically, whether organized as grouped according to the activity of the victims, are intimately related, which allows the prosecution to reiterate, as pointed out in the opening allegations, to state the existence of systematic, continued, and extended genocide, whose purpose has been to preserve the status quo, that is, certain specific social, economic, and political relations that have allowed the elites to retain absolute control of the state, to maintain the weak subdued, those people who are also living in poor conditions, and seek to also increase inequality through restricted democracy. If we examine the timeline, trying to establish certain contradictions or differences that have a reason within the elites, and we set our attention more on the human groups that have been subjected to aggressions because their concept of justice, peace, freedom, democracy, equality, even of state, differs from those who have the hegemonic power. And we can observe how in these 102 years that the accusation period comprises the killing of artisans, and that the government chose not to give a job to. 9 years later, after that, a terrible massacre occurred against banana workers that were claiming better conditions to the United Fruit Company, a company that would later on promote a coup in Guatemala to overthrow a government, the only government that tried to serve the interests of the population. The banana company, now called Chiquita Brands, is the same one that in the 80s, in last century, promoted paramilitarism in the region of Urabá and the extermination of the Movimiento Sindical Agrario, a trade union. After 1928, the banana massacre was followed by the genocide of the Bari people, indigenous peoples that were unfortunate enough to occupy an oil-rich territory that the state gave to the oil barco concession. Since the 80s, thousands of indigenous peoples persecuted, humiliated, made foreign in their own land that was closed with electrical fences, their huts set on fire, their children and women raped and mutilated, as per the testimonies that we were told today. And then after 1946, with their leader still alive, seeking to introduce important reforms on the anti-democratic regime back then, just as it is today, hundreds of militants of the Gaitan or pro-Gaitan movement were killed, as would later on, 2 years later, would be Gaitan himself, and then many sympathizers around the country in what the official history would call the period of the violence, and that concluded with a pact between the elites to establish the Frente Nacional, the National Front, a regime of exclusion of the opposing parties that smothered democracy, that captured judicial power and forced the dissident sectors to try to find power through arms, encouraged perhaps by the success of the Cuban Revolution. In 1963, the union movement is once again struck hard with the massacre of Santa Bárbara against the striking workers of Cementos El Cairo that left us with a dozen deaths and many wounded. In the 1980s showed us a vigorous peasant movement that claimed for true democratic agricultural reform, that fought against extractivism, that fought for the defense of nature. The repression then unleashed led to the disappearance of what was once a strong organization that fought for the land and for those who work on it, the National Association of Peasant Users. New organizational efforts are being conducted currently by the peasant sectors, and new waves of repression and death are being unleashed against them, such as the paramilitary massacres of La Rejoya, La Pedregosa, and El Carmelo in Carrillo, Cauca at the start of the 21st century, the homicides of the land, the claimants for land, that they were displaced from by major landowners covered by the paramilitaries, and now the paramilitarism also is taking their lives from them. Since the 60s, just referring to a segment of history that has its roots in the second decade of the 20th century, the student movement arose against the National Front, the constant status quo that with its warring scheme was developing repression, sustained repression, and militarizing the national life, including justice. That was the time of the military criminal justice and the verbal war councils to judge civilians. The students of the National University, the Industrial University of Santander, the Antioquia University, the Atlántico University, and many others in the country held endless sessions yearning for democratic opening and for freedom of public university, and the repression unleashed managed to silence this movement that now, fortunately, is now starting to get organized again. Indigenous peoples, as you've been able to hear in these hearings, members of the jury have been fighting for centuries to reclaim their rights as originary settlers. Thousands of them organized into the Regional Indigenous Council of Cauca. And since then, the repression and the extermination policy has been a constant. The massacres of El Naya and El Nilo committed by the paramilitary groups, the murdering of their leaders, have sought to bend this indigenous movement so that they don't persist in their reclamation of lands and seas, in their protection of the territory, and allow the expansion of extractivism. It has also happened with the members of the Regional Indigenous Council of Caldas. The jury has been presented with the genocidal practices against political movements and parties, the Gaitanista movement, the Communist Party, the Patriotic Union, Al Luchar, the Popular Front, the National Opposition Unit, and the one that is currently being taking place against the members of the Marcha Patriótica. All these practices, as proven by the testimony given in this hearing, had the purpose of preventing any different vision of the world, different economic models, true democracy. The rights of all persons to live in dignity can be established in Colombia. Black communities have also been persecuted, displaced, and murdered. To turn their territories into extensive palm tree plantations, to develop the extractive industry. The map of violence against Black communities, indigenous and farming communities, is mixed with the map of mega extraction projects, and this reveals the truth of what they're suffering. So students, union leaders, farmers, Black persons, union leaders, civic movements such as the Western and Eastern Antioquia, the peace community of San Jose de Apartabo, they have all been victims to homicide, forced disappearance, forced displacement, threats, persecution, torture, stigmatization, harassment, with one single purpose: to destroy their identities as social beings, to prevent any other different visions of the world to expand in society that can guide new social, political, and economic relationships. Honorable members of the jury, what we've seen here today in this hearing clearly shows, beyond any doubts, that what went on in Colombia is a crime of genocide in the modality of continued genocide, as it has been protracted in time. In fact, Article 6 of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, that textually reproduces Article 2 of the Convention for Prevention and Sanction of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by the United Nations through Resolution 260 from 1948, sets forth, for purposes of this statute, genocide will be any of the following acts perpetrated with the intention of wholly or partially destroying a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, and then states the acts that constitute this crime. Notwithstanding these standards that, as we can see, do not include the political group as the passive subject of the conduct, and it doesn't include the specific motivations for the action, they have no capacity to modify the effect of Resolution 46 from 1946 of the General Assembly, nor the existence of the crime of genocide under international summary law as proven by Federico Andreu in the accusation hearing or indictment hearing last January, a conclusion that is reinforced by what was said by the International Court of Justice, according to which penalization of genocide is an obligation of international summary law and a requirement for all states, regardless of any other conventional links. Resolution 96 of 1946, approved by the General Assembly of the United Nations, declared genocide as a crime against international law, whether it's been committed for religious motives, racial, or political, or any other nature. This description of the behavior is similar to what is consecrated in the statute, amended statute of the Permanent People's Tribunal, in which Article 2 explains genocide as the execution of a series of acts committed with the intention of totally or partially destroying a specific group selected on the basis of discriminatory criteria. The Colombian Criminal Code also typifies genocide in a formula that fully fits into the one adopted by this tribunal. And thus, its Article 101 sets forth whoever, with the purpose of destroying fully or partially a national, ethnic, racial, religious, or political group, for the mere reason of belonging to such group, will incur the following sanctions. There's no doubt that this practice of the Colombian state that has been broadly proven in the 3 days that these hearings constitute a crime of genocide. But if there were any shadow of doubt in the most radical defenders of the strict principle of legality, the prosecution wants to call attention on one element gathered by all the international instruments that we've referred to, and also Colombian law: the national group as a passive subject of genocide. In admirable work published in the Mexican Journal of Political and Social Sciences entitled "The Concept of Genocide and the Partial Destruction of National Groups," Professor Daniel Feierstein, who is part of the jury in this trial, has concluded the Convention on Genocide tolerates an interpretation that, based on Lemkin, analyzes genocide as the partial destruction of the national group itself. This would not only allow us to apply the convention to endless genocides with political content, in the sense that all modern genocides are politically motivated, whatever the group that you may select to annihilate. And it also implies much more enriching consequences in the processes of memory and appropriation of the past, thus constituting the only effective method of opposing the genocidal ideology and its effects by reinstating the plurality of identity in the representations that genocides want to break. The lucidity of these reflections that seem to be tailored based on what has been presented in these hearings give me the strength to state, or as Professor Fersten says, a genocide is always a partial destruction of a national group, and it accounts for the determining nature of genocidal practices as Lemkin conceived them, the destruction of the identity of the oppressed group. And this can be understood by understanding as the oppressed group, the colonized group, as was in the times where when Lemkin was writing, or the group of nationals as it happened in the genocide processes in the second half of the 20th century. In this second case, the oppression of the peoples were doctrines of national security that were developed by the national armies of each state that worked as armies of occupation of their own territories, replacing what was before the armies of the central powers in colonized or dependent territories. When we allude to the destruction of a national group, it is not about tribal conflicts, but a true strategy of power whose final purpose is not about the annihilated populations, but rather the method in which this annihilation operates on the social conglomerate. In the genocidal process that we have seen in Colombia for at least a period of 102 years that this trial is referring to, we can identify two societal identities of a different level. One is around the different human groups, around their common and specific interests. And another one is the one made up of these human groups with respect to the model for society and state that they aspire to. With respect to the first, we have seen the testimonies of the artisans, the peasants, union workers of banana oil industry. We've seen the students, indigenous peoples, Black communities, the LGBTI population, exiles, political movements and parties, civic movements, some claiming their right to work, others the right to education, others dignified working conditions, others for the right to land, many of them for the right to peace, some others for democracy. All of them opposing exploitation, opposing the restriction of liberty, opposing anti-democratic practices, opposing inequality, opposing the seizing of their land, the impunity of the powerful. In these hearings, we've proven that the actions against these groups have a clear intention of totally or partially destroying them. Such annihilation, however, as stated by the prosecution in the allegations in January, this purpose of fully or partially destroying a specific human group can not only be achieved through the physical elimination of its members, but using diverse techniques that seek the same purpose in the end. Supported in the introduction that Federico Andreu presented in that hearing, that gathers the sentences of criminal courts for Yugoslavia and Rwanda, as well as the thesis of Raphael Lemkin, the crime of genocide includes techniques of political, social, cultural, religious, moral, economic, biological, and physical destruction. Or, as the German Constitutional Tribunal pointed out in 2000, as quoted by Andreu himself, the legal definition of genocide defends the idea of a legal protection that beyond the individual extends to the social existence of a group. The intention of destroying the group goes beyond the physical extermination and biological extermination. The destruction of social existence of the group, its identity. This is what we've heard from the different witnesses who have brought the voice of the victims to these hearings or have expressed their own voice as victims. They have told us that the breaking of the student movement made them lose a vital identity that drove them. The fight for public university that has been gained back, fortunately, by other students' organizations. The peasants' movement, when they were telling us what happened with the National Association of Peasant Users, they have stated that the genocidal purpose was to destroy and to reorganize the social relations that have been carved in the struggle for land. The exiles have told us how they were forced to abandon their families, their friends, their surroundings, the social relations that they had built in the different human groups that they belong to. Trade union leaders from the USO told us how the criminalization and stigmatization gave rise to social fragmentation, how the unfair captures that they were subjected to, even if they were absolved from these charges, managed to take them away from their families, from their organizations. Others have told us in their hearings how after destroying their organizations, several extractive projects came to place to these places. Finally, as we said in the initial accusation and the opening of the trial, the cases that have been presented before this jury of the Permanent People's Tribunal included not only genocidal practices through the physical elimination, but also actions that were undoubtedly directed to destroying any dissidents, any other differing perspectives about the state or the world not shared by the oppressors, and turning these actions into policies of persecution, stigmatization, disappearance, forced displacement, torture, and similar actions carried out by state agents, whether public servants such as police or the military, or private individuals such as the paramilitaries. But in any case, they were all agents of the state. It is not about, although despite what you could believe when referring to paramilitarism, about a power that is different from the state, that is fighting or struggling with the state for its power, but rather an instrument of the ruling elites and their allies to preserve the model that has been imposed. It is the expression of this project of joint action of the mixed civil military groups proposed by the doctrine of national security and contained in the manuals of intelligence and counterinsurgents, as was revealed before this tribunal by one of the experts. This is no small piece of information, because the reports that were presented in this hearing about victims of the genocide in the last decades, the participation of paramilitarism has been denounced in the practices against organizations and indigenous, peasant, Black, student leaders and political movements and parties, unions, citizen movements, that is against anyone who has dared oppose the hegemony of the elites. This model, this method, this instrument of extermination, this paramilitary phenomenon continues to be enforced in Colombia, and there is no will by the state to disassemble it, despite the commitments contained in the peace accords with the FARC-EP on the dismantling of the paramilitary phenomenon. The prosecution, this prosecution has shown that apart from paramilitarism to execute these genocidal practices, the state controlled by the elites has used illegal intelligence, illegal wiretapping of communications, and diverse methods covered by the doctrine of national security that has used stigmatization and the creation of a notion of an internal enemy as a tool to justify or legitimize the actions against national groups that they have sought to fully or partially destroy. In parallel to this stigmatization, it is also used to run down any democratic discourse that shows that seeks to denounce state policies that protect the privileged. Was installed once again with the democratic security doctrine, today enforced, that between 2002 and 2008 led to the terrible practice of extrajudicial execution in what we have come to know as the false positives, the largest propaganda campaign in favor of the military forces, just as with the past doctrine of national security and the fact that it had given the public forces some community tasks in the famous civic military operations where the military was providing medical and dental services to the communities. All that has contributed not only to militarize citizens' spaces, but to demonize any critical assessment about the composition of the military forces, their doctrine, their operations. These topics have not been discussed in the tables, on the peace discussion tables, as warned by then President Santos. It has also normalized the impunity for the crimes that were committed, an impunity that facilitates a repetition of the genocidal practices that have caused, as it was said, 300,000 deadly victims between 1946 and 1957, and more than 260,000 between 1958 and 2018. The figures of impunity are alarming. To refer to some of them that have been presented before the audience by an expert witness, in relation to the forced disappearance, with 68,431 cases known, impunity is at 99.5%. And with respect to the extrajudicial out-of-court executions, until September 2020, there were 2,314 cases against 10,900 members of the military, and only 1,700 convicted, none with a rank higher than colonel. Impunity guarantees a repression and generates feelings of defenselessness, hopelessness in the victims, sometimes powerlessness that contributes to the genocidal practices as it fractures the social movements and the identity relationships of national groups that throughout this history of 102 years that was presented before the tribunal have fought to end these structures of oppression. Based on all the above, honorable judges, the prosecution requests the declaration of the responsibility of the Colombian state for the systematic homicide, continued and extended eradication that has sought the total or partial destruction of national groups with the purpose of preventing their visions on the world, the state, the society, political, economic, and social relations that are opposing to the hegemonic model may eventually find a space in our country. Likewise, we request the tribunal to embrace the proposals for redress presented by the victims and their spokespersons, a breakdown of which will be submitted to you for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Continuamos ahora
We'll now continue with the defense
del Estado colombiano.
from the Colombian state.
Se había enviado
We had sent an invitation, a letter to the Colombian state for it to present its arguments before this tribunal. The response from the state was to not attend. Today, the state is the absent party in this trial. But to ensure that this is a just trial, a defense lawyer has been assigned for the Colombian state. So now I will open up the floor for Jose Valencia.
Oh, sí. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. In my case, in the name of the Colombian state, and in representation of the same, first, I have the aim of sharing my greetings with the members of the People's Permanent Tribunal, the jury, judges, and prosecution. Second, to report to this tribunal that the Colombian state recognize its creation and history. However, it does not recognize the authority of the tribunal to judge the state. And due to this, because this is a political and not a judicial body for which the state will not recognize or participate in the same. And additionally, the jurisdiction internationally is only effective as if there are valid current treaties between the states and the states and international entities. In addition, the right of the people is a declaration and is not understood to be a binding treaty for which we do not recognize the statutes, first, because first, it does not have a legal framework and it has a lack of recognized legislation, and not only because it doesn't have jurisdiction, but also because it itself has only described the crimes, but it has not carried out adequate due process. And it's directly violating due process, which is protected by international treaties. And also this does not have the evidence presented by the prosecution office, which is a flagrant violation, which is why the Colombian state was never received the evidence to be able to counter them, which means that this is an illegal process. The Rome Statute and the crimes that have been presented have a chain of command, and it has never been shown in this tribunal or in any other, and it has only been shown that there's state omission. However, the defense in the name of the Colombian state will have two sections. One is legal and one historical and political. Based on the characteristics of the People's Permanent Tribunal and its members, in response to the fact in its legal nature, the Colombian state has sought to counter all human rights violations, international humanitarian law, and all other legal treaties. The Colombian state denies that there is a state policy or public action that was carried out by its agents. However, in the cases where the individuals who are acting under their own criteria and who have sought to attempt or have realized these atrocious acts, regardless of the fact that they go against the state policies These actions are individual. However, acting in the framework of the Colombian law, the Colombian state has carried out all parts of the law and constitution to impede and punish the responsible parties for international humanitarian law and human rights violations. And so in this case, they have been isolated and individual actions and cannot be stated to be the responsibility of the Colombian state. Also, with the two constitutional instruments of the Colombian state, both with the 1986 Constitution, as well as the 1991 Constitution with Article 1141 in reference to the protection of human rights and the social rights of its population, and 21A shows that the state policy is clear and unequivocally protects human rights in relation to other statutory laws that implement these constitutional articles. Additionally, since 2016, and led by Juan Manuel Santos, they publicly recognized the state's role in not having taken the sufficient actions to stop the genocide against the Patriarch Union. And so in this public action to recognize the state responsibility, that the state must fulfill its obligation to ensure that no one who participates in politics is a victim of armed violence, and that no party, including the new political movement that arose from the transition from the FARC to civilian life, is a victim of this violence. However, it's emphatic that the Colombian state has not promoted or tolerated a political genocide in the country. On the contrary, the state has implemented multiple measures to stop any attack against the Colombian democracy. So defense presents the following measures that have been adopted by the Colombian state to prevent and repress political genocide, to protect the right to truth, justice, and guarantees of non-repetition that victims have in relation to this horrible crime. First, the international commitments of the Colombian state. As an original member of the United Nations, the Colombian government adopted the Charter of the United Nations in 1946, declaring that genocide is an international humanitarian crime and that the civilized world condemns, and that's why the signing parties in action should be convicted. The Colombian state also voted in favor of Resolution 270 of that same assembly, by means of which the Convention for the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. This is in coherency with the commitment to fight against genocide, which was expressed in 1946, and the state has ratified the Convention for the Prevention of Genocide in 1959 and the Rome Statute in 2002. And also, the Colombian state has ratified the main human rights treaties, both from the United Nations as well as the Inter-American treaties, as well as the political social treaties, the International Pact on Social, Economic, Cultural Rights of the same year, the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights from '73, the International Convention for the Elimination of All Kinds of Racial Discrimination in 1981, the Convention for Elimination of All Kinds of Discrimination Against Women in 1992, the Convention Against Torture, and other treaties, or other inhumane or cruel treatments, the Convention on Children in 1991, the International Convention on the Protection of Children, and everything in relation to the sale, prostitution of children, as well as the Convention in relation to the participation of children in armed conflicts, the Inter-American Convention on Forced Disappearance. In 2005, the Convention on the Rights of Individuals with Disabilities, and the Convention on the Protection of All Individuals Against Forced Disappearance. It is evident that with this broad number of treaties signed by Colombia, as well as the large amount of national regulations, show that the Colombian state does not have any intention beyond the protection of protecting human rights and international humanitarian law. For this reason, the Colombian state has also approved the Rome Statute, and with this aim of protecting and consecrating and including the crime of genocide in its constitutional block. We see that the crime of genocide and that the fight against genocide and human rights violations is included in international humanitarian law, and that is why the Colombian state has adopted innumerable measures. And that's why we highlight that the typification of the crime of genocide included in law 590, which typifies genocide and forced disappearance, forced displacement, and torture. And additionally, the Colombian state added as a criminal code within the criminal code in 2000. It also typified in Article 102 of the same code. It's important to note that this criminal typification is not only limited to the promotion of this crime, but also the denial, and to ensure that there is no justification or rehabilitation of institutions that may carry out these kinds of practices. The typification of the crime of criminal conspiracy to carry out the crime of genocide, which is included in the 8th article of law of 2002 and 2006. It's the legal inclusion of the crime, which is this is included in Article 11 and 14 and Article 23 of 2016 and 2019. The no application of the non-repetition of actions of genocide and the no application of the negation of legal responsibility in the actions of superiors in genocide. This is included in the criminal code, the no application of political bias in the case of genocide, and also in Article 116 of the Children and Youth Code. The criminal structure in relation to genocide has been recognized also by the Supreme Court of Justice, which has included the typification of these crimes. And so this has established precisely the multilateral treaty that Colombia has signed. This is why, even though the Colombian state did not ratify the mentioned treaty, it has worked to ensure that crimes against humanity, including genocide, do not have a prescription, which means that it should be investigated at any time. And there's the sole jurisdiction is the ordinary justice system for the trial of genocide. And what it looks to with Article 35 of the Criminal Code. So what was done within the Military Criminal Code of 1995 and 2010, when it excluded the crime of genocide from the arena of jurisdiction for the military tribunals, expressly excluding genocide and other grave human rights violations, where in no case can they be considered to be related to military service. And so the application of justice in case of genocide has been resolved, and there are multiple cases where There have been cases that have convictions, such as the Segovia case, and the criminal case in relation to the massacre in that place where there was in the detention of Cesar Gaviria in 2010 as the individual who carried out this act of genocide and criminal conspiracy. And the decision in 2011, where effectively they was accused as the mastermind in multiple and aggravated genocide and with criminal conspiracy, which are framed in the context of a crime against humanity, which was categorized as genocide. However, as was alluded to by the Supreme Court at the time, the highest punishment in following the current criminal code at the time that the incidents took place, which means that this individual was not tried for genocide because genocide was still not included in the criminal code at that time. And also the Justice and Peace ruling from 2005 has established that the special jurisdiction for the members, demobilized members of the illegal armed groups, and specifically the so-called paramilitaries, the self-defense forces of Colombia, since their creation, this jurisdiction, this specialized jurisdiction, has been offering different rulings, and it has achieved that the more than 642 individuals have provided their declarations, and additionally, there have been convictions within the same. Okay. We also have, within the context of the special jurisdiction for peace, a series of new investigations that are being carried out. And as you know, these are currently investigating to avoid impunity in all of these cases. These are issues that are on a national nature and are part of the commitment that the Colombian state has with the peace process. There are also measures to respond to genocide, as is included in the criminal code. And effectively, it has established regulations that typify these military actions, and that the commanders, and to avoid that the commanders would promote any sort of action of this nature. They've also created different measures for the reparation of victims, using the victims' law, among others, and that each of these individuals, each of these will be used to repair the memory, such as the creation of the National Center for Historic Memory, the construction of the Historic Memory Museum, the celebration each year of the day of the detained that disappeared, and additionally, there has been different purging, specifically in relation to false positives, where the Ministry of Defense has been removing from its institutions those individuals who have been involved in these specific cases. Finally, and given that the time that was granted to defense is very short, I think we should just state that there are a few essential elements that must be considered. It's necessary that you think with clarity that, and by declaring the responsibility of the Colombian state, this will in the end be the responsibility that is abstract, because the responsibility is diluted through and to the entire Colombian peoples, without being able to find the direct responsible parties of the same nature, that the responsibility of the genocide. But declaring that the state is responsible, the individual and social responsibility disappears. So trying to show that the state is responsible is like saying that the state has just one head that leads, such as takes place in a monarchy where the king was responsible. However, Charles I of England and Louis XVI were accused of being responsible for the negative actions of a society, but it wasn't the true response, and it wasn't just because they had their heads removed that they were the responsible parties. The only thing that was achieved, it was that the violence would be internal and would not end for many more years. In the era of the Roman Republic, it said that the state was not an abstract entity because it was made up by the people. And it was the people who were responsible for all the issues of society. And that the people should be clearly identified if they knew who. It means that the responsibility was divided among everyone. And so along the same lines, we must ask ourselves if by today convicting the state, if we are actually showing that all and each of us as members of the society are responsible. And if that is true, then what have we not done as a society, as individuals and collectives? Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the defense for the Colombian state, and now we open up the space for floor for Jenny and the words from the tribunal and judges. It has been an honor to participate and to share the work of the session. I believe that now the tribunal will receive the text from the defense, and I think it's important to thank and personally thank and Mireille Fanon, who are physically present here, and we have been able to see this space. We'd like to ask that the members of the jury, if they would like to express anything in relation to the participation, this very difficult participation after 3 days, 3 long sessions. And then we'll ask the president of that tribunal, Philippe Texier, to close the space. And this is his responsibility and privilege to later to close the trial. So now I'd ask the tribunal if there may be some words that you would like to share with in the closing session of the tribunal. May I speak? May I speak?
No, parla.
Non, je voudrais seulement faire une considération parce que je pense qu'il faudra bien rappeler ça. Nous sommes, je crois, tous bien convaincus que si la Colombie peut...
I think we are all convinced that the Colombian state has carried out genocide, and it's important to carry out the criminal prosecution. We see that our states, which are allegedly democratic, are also complicit, and not just complicit in relation to what has happened in Colombia, but we also knew what has happened with Bolivia, in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, and so many other countries. And so the new way to do this in a very apparently civilized way would be to introduce in the free trade agreements a clause that states that free trade agreements must be stopped in the case of human rights violations. There must be a human rights clause in these treaties. But what happens is these are never verified, even when there are horrific cases, such as the case of Colombia. where it's much more than just a simple human rights violation. This is a genocide that is being carried out, and no one is investigating what is happening. And so if there was a moment around the public opinion that denounces all of this, then the authorities of the European Union and the member parties, they say that we haven't seen anything, we haven't heard anything. And so as the European Union, and I'm talking about this because I was president of the Commission of Economic and International Relations of the European Parliament for many years. And so I had to confront this many times. And so even now there is a free trade agreement between the European Union and Colombia. And there is a clause for the respect of human rights. And this clause is completely ignored. It would be essential that we would accuse also the European Union, because how can I say this? Because this is a kind of conspiration, or the fact that we have authorized our countries, they're allegedly so democratic, and we're so proud of this democracy, but in reality, they are very happy to have a free trade agreement with Colombia, knowing that they're taking advantage of a situation in Colombia and how peasants are treated in Colombia, which is that they're not just being paid unjust wages, but they're also being murdered when they try to organize themselves in trade unions and to protest the conditions. So I think all of this, it would be important to act. We have some instruments that we can use, and we must not ignore them. We can't ignore these treaties that exist. And so in the case of the treaty that's current treaty between Colombia and the European Union, there's something else that's very interesting. And we could actually create cases based on this, because with the free trade agreement, which is being applied provisionally, and that its implementation is still provisional, and to ensure that all of the member states are in agreement. Here we have an extraordinary case. The Parliament of the region, with Brussels as the capital, opposed this and is resisting for some time now. And they don't want to allow for the application of this agreement. And so I think this is something that's very interesting. There's resistance that has been carried out in relation to the application of this treaty. That we can talk about this, how all of these countries and all these democratic parliaments that must act in this way. And the second point that I want to mention, we have learned we have heard from Ambassador Marulanda, the ambassador in Brussels, who had denounced in '96 that the commission accusing us of, I was accused of having under my order an assistant who had been accused of being a terrorist by the Colombian authorities. And so I was in the commission called me, and the commission called me saying that this was a scandal that I had a terrorist that was denounced by Colombia who worked with me. And so then we started to fight. And essentially the force it was very hard. It was a 2-year battle, and this ambassador, which lasted for 2 years, which was a large landowner and who worked hand in hand with the military and the paramilitaries to murder small-scale farmers who worked on small plots of land and had limited access to the land. They declared that this was a person who had to be removed from Brussels. And even after Person was released in Spain, he was arrested in Spain, and it was immediately released as if nothing had happened. This is scandalous. It's important to see what happened in Brussels, because it was precisely due to this free trade agreement that there's a mass presence in Brussels of secret agents, Colombian secret agents, who are carrying out who denounce everything that's happening. So this is also a paramilitary activity. And these are being carried on the capital of the European Union. And so I'd just like to call your attention to this issue, to focus our focus on not just what's happening in Colombia, but we can also talk about what's happening in Europe and evaluate it, because the human rights violations have been modernized. As we can see, this is a modern way of having these free trade agreements with beautiful clauses on respecting human rights, which then are violated as if it were just, nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Luciana Castellina. If there are any other interventions or remarks, otherwise, Felipe and Andrés Barrera. I would like to say that the PTT jury will deliberate independently. I also want to personally make a personal remark to thank all the groups that have participated from the plaintiff side. I want to commend as a scholar and promoter of the People's Tribunal in the Mexico chapter. I believe that the exercise of these 3 days and the previous months of preparation is historic for Colombia, and this will transcend the tribunal itself. The fact that all these groups have suffered separation and have found in this mirror a unified vision of themselves is fundamental for the reconstruction of that which genocide destroys, the reconstruction of their own identity as peoples. And I want to thank them, because this mirror that they have built of themselves and for themselves is a fundamental mirror for Mexico also, to the extent that Mexico has suffered a very similar and violence to that which you have suffered in Colombia. And it is also a mirror to all Latin America. The effort that you've put forth is exemplary, and it's a lesson for all the peoples of Latin America. Thank you. Another intervention from Simona? Can you hear me?
Sí, te escucho. Me parece que no hay más
I
intervenciones.
can hear you. It would seem that there are no more intervention from the judges.
Dando la clausura a esta sesión.
So Philip could help us with the closing remarks. Thank you. We've had 3 intense days in Bucaramanga, Bogota, and Medellin. Unfortunately, I spent these 3 days in Paris. I would have liked to be there with you in person, but before anything else, I want to thank, there are many people that we need to thank. First of all, the groups that were called by the tribunal and that prepared such wonderful presentations. We are facing a vast amount of documents. It will be a huge task, but in the end, it will make our roles easier. But more than anything, thanks to the victims. We have been hearing their testimonies for very emotional for 3 days, showing the depth of the violence in Colombia, was a major aim because it was about examining 100 years of violence in this country. We have seen trade unions, heard students, peasants, human rights defenders, and political movements. We have seen people from the Patriotic Union. Very exciting. The Aida Abella's testimony, for instance, she had to be in exile for 18 years in Europe because of the violence. She escaped dead by chance, you could say so. So I think this emotion shows that the Colombian people continues to fight, continues to be alive. And I believe that in these 3 days, the work that we have to do now to try to draft a sentence, a decision in the coming months will modify what's happening, because from the peace accords, there are 3 institutions that have come out that are doing great work. The JEP, this transitional justice that is so difficult but so necessary also, the Truth Commission, and the search unit. The number of disappeared persons in Colombia is huge. We're talking about, people talk about Argentina or Chile, but in Colombia, there have been many more people disappeared than in these countries of the Southern Cone. So this we will try to reflect in our decision and try to contribute to this peace process truly being final. Of course, it is alarming to see that those who have left the conflict continue to be murdered, because they talked about human rights defenders, but not many people talked about the former combatants of FARC who are being killed cowardly by paramilitary groups or who knows what, because the government failed to play its role or it's failed to provide justice. So once again, I don't want to go any longer, but this action has been, all this has been for the victims, and I hope that the sentence and the decision that will pass will be in support of the victims and in support of all those Colombians that continue to stand up for and against hidden powers. Thank you to the organizers, and thank you once again to the victims. I won't take more of your time, and so I declare this 3rd session of the Colombian Permanent People's Tribunal closed. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Philippe Texier, President. And with this, we close our session with the tribunal. I will ask Mireya. She has been she was the only judge who could be able to reach Colombia despite all difficulties. So perhaps, and in whatever language you may want to do it, please give us some closing remarks. Muchas gracias.
About the quality of the file you present, for your strongness, and for your endless fight to get emancipation and liberty. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde. En tant que juge, c'était un véritable plaisir de travailler avec vous tous et d'entendre tous vos témoignages. Et maintenant, nous allons nous mettre au travail pour donner une sentence dans les mois à venir. Merci beaucoup.
Muchísimas gracias. Le pido a Gaby de retomar un poco la parte de organización. Ya hemos agradecido a la Fiscalía de manera absoluta.
Gracias, Yanni. Vamos de esta manera entonces finalizando con este Tribunal Permanente de los Pueblos. Pero no podemos cerrar un espacio tan sentido, tan
We will now
histórico.
close this session of the People's Tribunal, but we cannot close such a representative space for the communities that are here today without a symbolic act. So today we have invited Arlequín y los Juglares to perform this symbolic act. We're not done yet. Thank you. Before handing the stage to Arlequín and los Juglares, who will do the closing event, during all these sessions, we have received greetings from Euro deputies, and these have been shared in the chat of the sessions of the Permanent Tribal Tribunal, and also in the social networks of all the organizations that have been linked to this space. So for this closure, we want to present some of the people's comments, rather greetings. From the democratic sectors of the European Parliament, from the demobilized European society, we want to salute the Permanent People's Tribunal that, with the help of the brave Colombian organizations, will analyze and try the ongoing genocide that is being perpetrated in Colombia by the elite against the poor, against the mobilized persons, or persons who have claimed the social rights or rights to territory. A genocide perpetrated for the benefit of these elites and transnational companies. Together, we will break this shameful silence of the international community, because and the factors such as the European Union with respect to this genocide. We are with you. From Berlin, I greet the Permanent People's Tribunal. It is extremely serious that the Colombian state is violating its obligation to protect life and is failing to meet the right to peace enshrined in the Colombian Constitution. Therefore, it is once again necessary for the PTT to hold a session in Bogota and try 40 cases that are accusing the Colombian state of political genocide, crimes against peace, and impunity. We hope that justice in the injustice pandemic will come to an end eventually. You can count on our help.
Hola, soy Manu Pineda.
I'm Mono Pineda, a deputy from, and I want to express my support to the People's Tribunal and this symbolic trial to the Colombian state. I am currently in Colombia to verify the field situation of human rights in the country and the implementation of the peace accords. And I regret to say that it's quite a concerning situation. It's illogical. Violence has increased after signing of a peace in 2016, and that there continues to be institutional scheme protecting the crimes against social leaders. Peoples here are not only resisting the pandemic of coronavirus, but also the systematic eradication of their peoples. I finish with warm embrace to all people in this space that seeks to raise awareness on the attack on life that people are suffering again. And big hug to you all, and go on with that. So with these greetings from the deputies, where we will now close this session. You can view these statements in the different social networks of the tribunal and of the different organizations that have been part of this space. Now, with this symbolic and heartfelt act by Arlequina y los Juglares, we will be closing the session.
Presenta este cortomontaje teatral con texto Así es que solo cuando el pobre pudo resucitó otra vez sin ser notado. Era el hombre, sin vaca, sin bandera, sin gallina, sin herencia, y no se distinguía entre los otros que eran él. Desde arriba era gris como el subsuelo, como el cuero de la palma. Era negro debajo de la mina, era color de piedra en el castillo, en el barco pesquero era color de atún y color de caballo en la pradera. ¿Cómo podía nadie distinguirlo? Si era el inseparable, el elemento, tierra, metal o mar, vestido de hombre. Donde vivió, crecía cuanto el hombre tocaba. La piedra hostil, quebrada por sus manos, se convertía en orden y una a una formaron la recia claridad del edificio. Hizo el pan con sus manos, movilizó los trenes, se llenaron de pueblos las distancias, otros hombres crecieron y como el hombre crea y multiplica, la primavera caminó al mercado entre panaderías y palomas. Y como el hombre crea y multiplica, la primavera caminó al mercado.
The spring walking towards the market. The man of the pigeons was forgotten. He was carrying sand when everything existed and no longer existed. And that was everything. They worked and then they died, rolling as river rocks down the river. It was carried by death. We see streets that I have never walked, homes that were never lived in, libraries that would never have books. And day by day, I wait in the coffin to be resurrected among all of. And I think that it's not possible that what has happened, that this Gloria, I believe that the throne of this man must be seated and crowned so much. He should own everything. He should provide food and have light from the mine. It's enough disappeared. It's enough selective murders. No more horrific violence. Not even one more woman. I knew this man when his voice was in his mouth, and he said, holding his arm, that everything would continue. You lit life in our souls. Everything will continue. Sweet, sweet person who started life. And that's why no one is confused when it seems like I'm alone. I am not alone. I'm not with anyone, but yet I speak for everyone. Those who sing and know they continue to be born around the world. They continue to transform the world. This pays.
con este
Hola.
Hello.
con este sentido
With this symbolic action, we conclude the third session in Colombia of the People's Permanent Tribunal. We just want to say that the people will stand up for the people. Thank you so much.
los invitamos ahora
We invite you all to share the lunch. There's a lunch in the hotel restaurant that's in front of the auditorium. We invite you all to join us.
Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Adiós.
Adiós, don Raúl.
Adiós, adiós, Andrés. Mucho gusto.
Graciela. Qué gusto volverte a ver, Graciela.
Adiós a todos.
Adiós, Lili. Gracias a ti, Lili. Muchas gracias.
Chao, Simona.
Chao, gracias a todos por el
Simona,
largo
mucho gusto
tiempo.
verte. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a todos por el largo tiempo sentados delante de la pantalla.
Thank you all. Thank you for sitting here for so long in front of the computer. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Esperanza. Thank you, Lati, Luciana, Felipe, Andrés, Daniel, Raúl, Vera, Luigi, and everyone. Thank you, thank you. We'll be in touch. And also thank you all the organizers who are connected and who could hear us, and also to our interpreters. Thank you for this long job. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. As the Coordination Colombia, United States, Europe, we are very happy to have you, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Thank you so much. Well, yes, we'll have to see you again because we'll have to share our ruling. So we'll be in touch. Have a great day, everyone.
Ciao.
Ciao Luciana, grazie.
Ciao Simona. Ciao a tutti.
Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye.